Okay. So this is my gateway. My name is Josie Mitchell. This is a picture of me in 9th grade. That's when I came to Oak Grove. My first day was actually Peace Day. I joined a week late because I'd been at Besant Hill. And my first week was LCAP, so that was all super fun. I didn't like Besant Hill, and Oak Grove just felt more homey, like more part of a family. It was prettier. It was just better for me. And so I transferred and joined on Peace Day and came. Next year, I hope to travel through Workaway. I'm also just going to work some, but I'll explain more about that later. I forgot which button it was. Art of Academia. To me, this means the willingness and desire to learn. My focus question for this is, how has my motivation for learning changed? Mostly over my high school education. And here is my artifact, but I will talk about it also. So, I think in general, I've become more motivated to learn what I want to learn, but in general, less motivated just for the sake of learning. And I will explain through this artifact. We had to do a research paper for Will during our U.S. history unit about something with immigration. We got to choose our topic, and mostly we were supposed to reform one of the laws or policies for immigration. I at first chose reforming overseas tax policies. I don't even remember what I wanted to change, and it was really confusing. I don't understand taxes, and it was really, really boring. And I just had no motivation for it. I hadn't found much that interested me so far in the project, so I'd just chosen something. And as you can see in that first picture, I did not put very much effort in. For my outline and even my first draft, it was terrible. I was missing information, it wasn't detailed at all, and it was just really very bad. And I tried really hard to just not do it. I told Will that I wasn't gonna, and was calculating what that would do to my grade. But then Will told me I could change my topic, and eventually helped me find a new one that I could actually be somewhat excited about. I ended up choosing getting asylum easier based on sexual orientation and gender identity, because people are way more interesting than taxes, and it was about real things, and I don't feel like taxes were real enough for my mind. So that was a lot more interesting, and I ended up putting a lot of effort in, writing way more than I needed to, and it was a lot of fun. So like I did with this project, I've just realized that I can want to learn only what I want to learn. I used to be very just into academics. I wanted to learn for the sake of it. I wanted to learn whatever I was told to learn and put in all my effort. But I realized that if I put in effort into what I actually care about, it's a lot more beneficial, and that's what I want to do. I don't want to waste time, really, just learning for the sake of it. My next is the art of inquiry. To me, this means the ability to question yourself and the world. My focus question is, how has Oak Grove made me question my own values? Here is my artifact. So in Will's class this year, Religion and Ethics, we had to do a lot of scenarios of pretty much questioning what is moral. We had to think about it, and this one was called the lifeboat scenario, I believe. And we got a list of people and all their various traits, from everything to if they had children, what their job was, I think possibly even their education and gender and race, everything. And I think it was a list of maybe 15 people, and we had to choose 5 from the sinking boat who would survive. And just to make us think about what we valued in people and what we valued in society. And so through this and a lot of things like that, I've really had to think about what I actually value and what I think should exist in the world, what is right. I used to just sort of know or thought I knew what is moral, what's not. You get told when you're a kid, oh, that's right, that's wrong. But this made me question that, and it was really interesting. And now I think I know more to actually think about whether something's right or not, and not just believe it. That was really fun. I liked that one. The art of caring and relationship. To me, this means interacting positively with your community, hopefully positively. My focus question is, how is my relationship to community service developed? And my artifact is this long thing. I'll mostly just tell you about it. You can read it if you want. I came to Oak Grove and we were told we had to do community service, and I wasn't all that interested. It sounded like something that would just have to be boring. You had to do it. Community service just sounds like something that would be boring. I don't know. But I ended up asking Sydney if my volunteering at Montessori would count, because I like to go to Montessori and help the teachers, help with the kids, and just do whatever I can, and I really enjoy it. And so I didn't think it would count, because for me it was really just fun. I did it anyway. And she said that would absolutely count, and it would be a good project for my community service. And that really made me think about it differently. I could have fun with community service. I could enjoy it and really get more out of it. And I really come to love community service. I like volunteering, I like fundraising. It's really fun, and I want it to be part of my life in general. So I've come to understand that it can be enjoyable to just help people, and that still counts as doing something, even if you're having fun. And so I really would like it to be part of my life. The art of aesthetics, to me, just means the appreciation of beauty. My focus question for this: how is my ability to understand the beauty of art developed? And I don't have very many pictures of art class. That's been part of it. We've also gone on field trips, like to this art museum, but I only included that one because we're not allowed phones at school. So through art classes and field trips like this, I've come to understand more why art is beautiful, whether through learning techniques in art class and realizing how hard they are, and then seeing people who actually do it well and understanding that that was really difficult, and that's amazing that that exists. Or even looking at our classmates' paintings or our own paintings and being able to see, like, oh, they painted the edges of their canvas. That's really cool. Or looking at art in museums and seeing, like, oh, that one's different. I see that they use this technique that we learned about, and that's really fun. Before I could look at art and be like, oh, to my mind that looks nice, I like it. But now I can understand more what went into it, or the difference in colors and things like that. And so I think it makes it a whole other level of beautiful, just to understand how hard it was to make. Oh, I zoomed in on our faces. My Pathless project is next. I did a virtual fundraiser and educational event for Voice of Roma. They are an organization that works to preserve Romani culture in the United States as well as in Europe a little bit. And they also do humanitarian work mostly in Kosovo. I had a speaker come from Voice of Roma on the computer, of course. She played some music for us. We talked about the problems Roma face. We got to ask questions. It was really fun. And through just general donations, people donating to it, and the Zoom link cost $5, I also raised money. I chose to do this project because I've just been wanting to do a fundraiser for them for a long time. They're very cool. Sometimes I fundraise in the park for them, but I wanted to do a bigger scale and more education as well, because lots of people don't know who the Roma are. They're an ethnic minority in Europe, and here as well, everywhere, the largest ethnic minority in Europe. And I think not enough people know about them, and especially the problems that they still do face, or even really just that they're real. And so I thought education would be good. And that went really well. It didn't change much from my original plan, but I did end up choosing to make it virtual, because at the time we were arranging our projects, it seemed more like that would be the way to go. And it made it possible for Petra, my speaker who came, to be there, which was really good. I really love community service, as I was talking about, and this really furthered my idea that I could do more with it in the future. I want to arrange more fundraisers for them, maybe in person one day. I think that would be really, really fun to have food and things. And yeah, it was good that it was virtual because she could come and talk for us, and it was just a good platform for now, but I think one day it would be fun to do more and do them in person and make them bigger. It did definitely change the way I think about the world a little bit. I knew that they had faced problems a lot, but I didn't know it was so bad in the United States still, because a lot of the time you hear about Europe, and that's worse there. But she was talking about how, like, her mom works in a bank and doesn't tell anyone she's Romani, because people, if anything happens, will be like, oh, you stole that, that went wrong, that was you. And so I didn't realize it was still that intense, really. I knew there was a lot of people who didn't like them and that were still ridiculous, but I didn't know it was still that intense. So that was very strange and interesting to learn. It made me want to do more, too. It ended up going really good, and I was very happy with my project. It was quite challenging because I am not very good at technology, and this was entirely technological, and especially emailing with people, also just organizing and thinking about time zones and computers. It was hard for me. But it did go very well, and I loved it. I'm glad I did it. I was going to show you guys a video of it because we recorded it, but I can't figure it out because computers. Moving on. So as I said, I want to, after this, I'm going to work for the summer and save up more money, and then I want to travel and farm through a program called Workaway. Workaway is a program in which you can work and help hosts with whatever they need. I'm going to do it with farm work, hopefully, and in exchange for room and board. So you get to travel and stay with people for somewhat long periods of time and get learning experience, which is really cool. I chose to do this because I would love to farm one day, and I think that learning the various techniques would be more of a useful education for me than anything else would be. And I want to see the world, which would be really fun, and this is a good way to travel. Oak Grove definitely helped me come to this decision. They were really, as much as possible, let me make my education as untraditional as possible. Of course, we still got prepared for college if we wanted to go. We still learned what we needed to learn, but they let me do things that I don't think other places would have let me. They also encouraged me to take this path, and while other students were working on their college applications or financial aid things, I was allowed to look at visa requirements or find hosts on Workaway, and that was really nice, and they were very accommodating, and it really just made it more possible and made me feel like I was doing something I should be doing. And I've loved Oak Grove, but I'm very excited that they've encouraged me to do this and that I get to live a little bit more of an unstructured life and really adventure on my own and do what I want to do for a little while. I'm super excited to keep learning and to just be doing what I feel like I should be doing. We can look at this beautiful picture. This is just one of the amazing options Workaway has. How beautiful. That's in Austria. And it's a very safe program compared to some other ones. They rate it. You can see comments from past workawayers. It's very exciting. Final summary. I don't know if I zoomed in on this. I don't think I did. These are my classmates. Those are 2 pictures from Hawaii. The first picture is the morning after we stayed in a hotel in LA, and the morning we ended up flying to Hawaii. I think it was quite early in the morning, but I just loved that feeling of excitement and like early morning tiredness with all my classmates, and we had a good night. We all tested negative for COVID and got to like hug each other for the first time. It was very exciting. The second picture is playing games all night, or at least until 9 o'clock when we were sent to bed like babies. At Rabindra's, the second farm we stayed at. Those are a few of my classmates. And that was a very awesome time, and just super cozy and nice and fun, and I loved that greenhouse. Both of these pictures really represent why I chose Oak Grove and why I've enjoyed it. I really Oak Grove felt more cozy to me than Besant Hill, and just more like real and comforting and nice. And that's something I've always had in schools, and I really wanted that, and I was super excited to find it here. And both of these times were just super cozy, just like early morning or nighttime, kind of tired, but just having fun and excited to be alive, and just with my classmates, who, that is another part, my classmates are awesome and wonderful, and they have made it more just fun for me. They've made Oak Grove what it is, and so there they all are, mostly, I think. And they've been awesome, and love it, and I love Oak Grove, and I'm very excited to move on, and that is that.
Does anybody have any questions for Josie?
Verity.
Yeah, I actually have 2 questions.
Okay.
One is when you showed the photo of the lifeboat project.
Yes.
And you were talking about how you were considering your own values. Can you say a bit more about what values you actually decided?
What I decided, mostly I just thought about what like I valued in people, like what I thought should survive. I think we ended up choosing mostly people who mostly based on family connections. So I think a lot of my values is people being together and happy and, forming familiar bonds, friendship bonds. And so I chose people, I think we either let entire families die together or made it so that if one parent died, a child would still have a parent. Yeah.
And my second question was, can you imagine in the future a connection between your interest in Roma and your interest in farming and agriculture? I mean, is there any way those 2 things might meet?
I don't know. I feel maybe I could make vegetables. Not entirely. But I would maybe consider going to Eastern Europe to learn more about the people and the culture, and maybe I could learn farming practices there as well. Robert?
Oh yeah, was that workaway thing in Austria where you wanted to go?
That's just one I found. It's beautiful. I don't know where I want to go yet. Depends where I'm allowed to travel. I've been learning Danish. I want to go to Denmark one day, but I really just want to see everything, so maybe Austria. Anybody else? No. You good?
You, Josie?
Thank you.
Ian. I've been here at Oak Grove in total for about 6 years. Not totally continuous. I just came back last year to finish high school. So I'll just go over it. Oh, right. This is me as like a 4-year-old, a little bit before I first came to Ojai and before I came to Oak Grove. Oh, it is still not loading. Okay, I'll just start talking. Hopefully it loads. So I guess I want to start off by talking about why I'm here. Like, what brought me to Oak Grove of all places, having come from Brazil, which is so far away. And the simplest way to say it is just that I have family history here. I mean, I came here as a little kid, and really it's all because in the 80s, my grandfather was given a Krishnamurti book by his father, and he just fell in love with the teachings. And when he found out that Oak Grove existed and was here in Ojai, he wanted his children to be able to come here. And so my dad and all of his siblings came to Oak Grove. And my dad graduated from Oak Grove. And when I was old enough to come to school here, and basically once the opportunity was there, he brought me here and brought my sister over too, because he wanted us to have the same experience that he had. And I really loved it here. I loved everything about Oak Grove, and really I loved it so much that when I left and when I was in Brazil, all I wanted was to be back here. And again, as soon as the opportunity came, we were hopped on a plane and we're back. And I have a couple pictures here. This is me right now, a couple weeks ago at Showcase. And this is our class when we were little babies in 2nd grade. There are some familiar faces there. I don't know if you can see exactly who, but and here is not the full essay, but it's a section of the essay that I used to get my scholarship that allowed me to be here at Oak Grove. And I spent days, so many hours working on this essay to make it perfect, because I knew that I needed to get it approved and I needed to get that scholarship, otherwise I wouldn't be able to come. And I'm really happy that that they did accept it and that I got the scholarship and was able to come here. Wow, this is really just not loading. It just doesn't want to load my background. Okay, I guess we're just going to be purple. I made a custom background for this, but I guess it's going to be... So I want to talk about the art of aesthetics first, because for me, it's one of the most important ones. And for me, it's probably the easiest to define. To me, it literally just means art. And that's creative expression in any way that you see for yourself. Whether that be visual arts or writing or music or really anything that relates to creativity. And I really just want to talk about visual arts. So for a long time, particularly while I was living in Brazil, from after I left Oak Grove to when I come back, I thought of myself as being really, really bad at art, and I really hated basically everything that I made. I would try and I would be like, no, I hate this, and like throw it out, and I was always just really unhappy with my life, my art, excuse me. Oh, shoot, I forgot to say it. My question for this art is, how have I learned to express myself artistically? Particularly in visual arts. But like after I came to Elk Grove, that's what really helped me be more confident in my art and actually like doing art and like what I was making. I think my artifact for this, it's represented by the pictures, but it's really, my artifact is the electives at Oak Grove. When I was coming here, I was really excited to pick my electives, and I saw music and art, and I chose those two immediately. Luckily, as a junior, I got priority, so I was able to be in those. And I think art specifically, music is not as relevant for this particular art, but when I'm talking about studio art, it really helped me just be confident in myself because of this supportive environment that we have at Oak Grove. Nobody is ever really judging you, and everyone is your friend, and they're always there to support you. And also, like, your teachers too are always going to be there, and they're never going to tell you that your art is bad, and they're always going to support you no matter what. And I think that really helped me. In Brazil, I had this art teacher that was really, really mean, and like she would straight up just tell you, like, this is bad, like, do it again, and that didn't help. So coming here, I was just really glad to have that. And then the next semester, I had wood shop, and that helped me even more, especially having showcase to show off our art pieces and everything that we did. I mean, the second semester of junior year, obviously, we had a virtual showcase because that was the beginning of COVID. So I feel like it was easier to display my art for myself because I wasn't as worried about it being out in public and everybody seeing it. But at that point, I was also just more confident because I had already gone through the first showcase, and I had shown off my art, and then I got compliments, and I was really excited to show off more art. I guess I'll zoom into these. This is a watercolor that I did. It was on display at the 2019 Winter Showcase. I did this one at home, but I thought I was just really happy with it, so I decided to show it off at Showcase for studio art. Let's see if this was. This one is just some digital art that I did because I've been trying to get better at digital art, and I'm kind of excited about it. And oh, it finally loaded. And this like a bunch of others that I've done is on my art Instagram. I'm not gonna plug it because not the time. Later. If you want, I'll tell you later. And this is just the lightsaber that I made for ironically woodshop. Because during COVID we had to pick new projects because we weren't allowed to be on campus and work with the power tools. So I decided to just make a lightsaber out of PVC pipe, and this is one of the pictures that I took to put it on the spring showcase and show it off. And I'll be honest, this was really just one of the most fun projects that I've done. It was really fun, and I was happy with it. Now, moving on, the art of communication. To me, the art of communication, it represents how you carry yourself out in a public setting and how you behave in that setting, and that can include public speaking or for me, what I'm going to be talking about more is the performing arts, specifically music, because Will said I had to pick one thing to talk about instead of two. So I've been studying music for a long time. Pretty much since when I got to Brazil, I started taking music lessons. But I was never that confident in my abilities, in the sense that I really, really hated performing. We had piano recitals like every year, and it was really stressful for me every time. But I got through it. And I still didn't like the idea of putting myself out there and being on stage and doing it in front of everyone. But again, that changed once I came to Oak Grove. Big shocker. I think it was really just all the opportunities that Oak Grove gave me to be on stage and perform that really helped me to be more in that space and be happy with it. The music collective is a big part of our showcases, and it really takes up a big chunk of it, and it's kind of the main event a lot of the times. So in that first showcase, I was under a lot of pressure. Especially I feel like being a singer and being a male singer at that, I think it's not as kind of default expectations. So it's I kind of felt more vulnerable, so to speak. So yeah, I was pretty scared that first time. But I mean, after going through the rehearsals, I think the rehearsals are one of the things that were really fun and really helped me just be happy with it, because we had the rehearsals in the student center, and then this year, out on the high school lawn, and it was just really fun to be up on stage, like doing basically just a practice run with our friends from the high school watching, because everybody is just so supportive, and it was just really fun to be there with everybody, and everybody screaming at you for you to have fun and be happy on stage, and it was just lovely. And again, my artifact for this art is showcase. Last time was electives. This is showcase. Excuse me. But yeah, and then last year and this year we had after school band, and that was just basically an evolution. I got to perform at open house, and now on Thursday I'm gonna perform for the end of year assembly along with some of my friends from the high school. And here are just some pictures. This is from last year's winter showcase, and this is from just 2 weeks ago at spring showcase. Right. Okay. Now moving on to the art of inquiry. Originally I was going to do the art of academia, because I really wanted to talk about my learning, but eventually I realized that what I was talking about for that was just really not authentic to me. So I decided to kind of change course and talk about something else, and then I realized that something else fit way more into the art of inquiry for me. So for me, the art of inquiry kind of relates to how you learn, like how you kind of make an environment for yourself to learn, and how you, like what kind of methods you use for yourself, and what you, like how basically it's how you learn for yourself. And so my question is basically just about how I been evolving when it comes to self-directed learning. Most of what I do in relation to self-directed learning has to do with learning other languages. But for a long time, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to effectively learn by myself. I can count. I can't count. I don't remember how many languages I tried to learn and then just gave up because I didn't know what I was doing and it was just too hard. Eventually, I decided on one specific language that I wanted to learn, and I knew that I wanted to learn that, which is Japanese. And I've been learning Japanese for the past 4 years, or trying at least. And again, I just tried and then gave up, and tried again and gave up multiple times, just because it's such a hard language, and just everything that I would try would just not stick in my brain. But really recently, like I'm talking past month, I tried something new, and I think in this past month or so, I've learned a lot more than I was able to learn in the past 4 years that I tried to learn. And basically I've just been having one tutoring session a week, and I have notes that I take. I have one big document, basically, where I have my own little system that I write out my notes, and I write out everything that I take from each lesson. And every couple of days, I just look at that and kind of read through it every once in a while and practice on my own. And that's been helping me a lot more than just going on Duolingo and competing with the other Duolingo people and trying to learn Japanese that way. And also that wasn't as fun because I didn't get to talk to somebody from the country and get that exposure to the culture and actually learn from a native speaker instead of learning from an AI. So yeah. And these are just my artifacts. This is just a random page that I picked from my notes document. And then this is just a chat transcript from one of my tutoring sessions. And it's basically just my tutor will type something out and I'll have to read it out and just say it. And that's in conjunction to the lesson that they're giving along. So yeah. Next is the art of caring and relationships. And that basically for me just relates to friendships and how you deal with those friendships. And it's another pretty simple one to define in my opinion. So I think I've learned a lot when it comes to being a good friend in the past couple of years. One of the things that it's really been hammered into me is how just being honest is really important, and not really keeping secrets from your friends is really important. And really that's just one of the main things that I've learned. I remember last year during Will's advisory, our class wanted to do this thing that we were calling a constructive criticism circle, where we would basically just sit around and not insult each other, but give each other constructive criticism. Will wasn't really excited about it. He wanted to do kill them with kindness circle. But we decided to do it anyways. We just sat around and did the constructive criticism circle. It was really funny, but it really actually helped because hearing what like your friends think about how you carry yourself out and how you're actually affecting people is really, really helpful, and it's really important, I feel, because you can kind of learn how you should be acting and how you should be dealing with things if you want to like keep that relationship healthy. And here's just a picture of us sitting around in a circle. I cannot disclose if this is specifically from the criticism circle, but it is us sitting in a circle talking about something. And here's just us hanging out in Hawaii because I thought it was a cute photo and I wanted to share it with you guys. But yeah. Okay. Now to my Pathless project. So my Pathless project was pretty complicated for me at the get-go. My original plan was to design my own glider and use it as a demonstration piece to teach the middle schoolers about aerodynamics. And I was originally going to have each of the middle schoolers build their own glider as well out of the same material that I used. So you see, like in the middle here, I have learning to be fluid and accept change as just written there. And I think that's one of the most important things that I needed to get from this Pathless project, because when I started actually building the glider, I realized pretty much immediately there is no way that the middle school students are going to be able to do this. And it wasn't because I was doubting their capabilities, it was because there was just simply not enough time, and there would not be enough time to do it, because it takes a lot of time to carve each of those pieces. And here, let me grab it. This is my artifact. This is the actual glider that I built. The wings are kind of janky right now because I have to fix them for this gateway because they broke. But you see the side profile of the wings is carved out into an actual aerofoil shape. You kind of have to do that, otherwise it doesn't really work that well. And there was just no way that there was going to be time for the middle schoolers to do that, because there are 50 of them and they are young kids, and it would just be a nightmare. Daryl, the middle school science teacher, suggested that I pre-cut all the styrofoam pieces for them to make their gliders. And I considered that for a moment, but again, there are 50 of them. And this took me 3 days to make on my own. So I feel like cutting 50 of them out would be too long of a process. So I had to change. I decided to focus my project a lot more on the actual instructional side. So I went a lot more in depth into the actual aerodynamics and into what I was actually going to be teaching them. And so I designed my lesson from there, and instead of gliders, I had them make paper airplanes, and I think they had a lot of fun with it. I went up there and I taught them, and then at the end of the lesson, I just had them build their paper airplanes, and we went out onto the field and just tossed them around, and I think they had a lot of fun. And from what they told me personally, they said that they learned a lot from the lesson, and I saw that as a success. And here are just some pictures. Here's me throwing this from the top of the slide on the playground. One of the times it got caught on the tree. That was fun to get out. And here's just me giving the actual lesson on, I think this is the section where I was teaching them about control surfaces, so like flaps and stuff. Okay. So where do I go from here? I'm going to Santa Barbara City College with a major in engineering. And that's with the intent to transfer to either Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo or Embry-Riddle for a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering. Originally, I was planning on going to Embry-Riddle because I got in and it was basically just the school for aerospace engineering. But unfortunately, because of the way that the exchange rate is at right now, it was just too much for my family to afford. So I decided to instead go to Santa Barbara City College for 2 years and then transfer to a 4-year for the final 2 years. But I'm seeing going to Santa Barbara City College, I'm not seeing it as a hindrance at all. I'm seeing it as an opportunity because I'm gonna have 2 years to get my general ed requirements done. And in those 2 years, I'm gonna be able to have that time to actually decide where I'm going and decide what I wanna do without having those $40,000 a month on the line, not a month, a year, on the line if something happens and I decide to change my major, which right now is not my plan, but you never know what could happen. And I specifically chose Santa Barbara City College because they're fairly consistently rated as one of the top community colleges in California. And it's really close to home. They have a really nice campus, which is cliche, I know, as a reason to pick a college, but it was a factor. And really, they just have so many different courses to choose from. And I feel like in those 2 years that I'm going to be there, I'm going to have a lot of variety of classes that I can take and have fun with. And here's just a picture of I just chose this section because it contains engineering, which I needed that specifically. So glad SBCC had that, and I'm glad I'm going there. Oh, it wants to go back. Okay. And my summary. Let me just. So I just want to end it by showing you these two pictures. They're taken 7 years apart. One of them is from my last year at Oak Grove, and one of them is from my first year back at Oak Grove. And you can see some of the same faces there. So I've attended Oak Grove twice now, and both of those times it's been my best experiences with school in my life. And I just have to end this by saying how happy I am and how excited I am to be graduating alongside my friends, both the old ones and the new ones that are all in this picture here. And that's it.
Questions for Ian? Questions for Ian?
Sydney.
What made you decide to change your approach to learning Japanese?
In Hawaii, I was talking to Russ about learning languages, because I know he's learning German and he's also interested in learning other languages. And he suggested that I go on, what's the name of the website again? Verbling or italki, yeah. And look for like a tutor there, because they're fairly cheap and they're usually like native speakers. So I went on there and I found a tutor that I liked and just stuck with it since then. And I just thought that notes would be a good idea in my mind. Meredith.
You spoke a lot about, your interest in art and performing arts and music, and didn't mention Matilda. And
Yes.
I just wondered if you could say a little bit about what that experience was like, because you were so fabulous in that.
So the reason I didn't have Matilda in the presentation is because, again, Will was telling me to like kind of stick to one thing in each slide, which, in all fairness, was actually pretty good. I think it saved me from kind of being all over the place. But yes, I would love to talk about Matilda. Matilda was also one of the most fun experiences that I've had. And it, again, is one of the things that helped me to be confident on stage. And really, I talked about Matilda in my college essay because it was kind of like a shift, kind of like a realization point in my life. And basically it was just when I realized that I actually like enjoyed theater, and because before I didn't know much about it and I kind of disliked it. I was kind of in the camp where it's like, oh, theater is dumb and theater kids are annoying. But now I'm kind of like, theater's pretty cool and it's fun. But yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you.
My name is Isis, and this is my 4th and final year at Oak Grove. So all my life, I have been fortunate enough to go to very progressive schools where they teach personal responsibility and self-motivation, and education is never limited to the classroom, which I'm very thankful for. My photo's not there.
Still loading.
Yeah. It's a photo of me and my parents at a music festival. Okay, we wait, I guess. I was raised in Topanga, California, in an intentional community, and always given encouragement and freedom to do whatever I want and to come up with my own conclusions about the world, which is why I think okay, yes, it loaded, sort of. So this is a music festival. So my parents brought me along wherever they went, and I met crazy people and had the freedom to do whatever I want pretty much all the time, because they trusted me. So because of this, I'm self-motivated. So around middle school, I realized that my upbringing was not actually very normal, and I was like, oh, I should try out the normal. So I chose the biggest public school I could go to with 4,000 kids, and I started there. It's called Pali. And the education totally lacked integrity and substance, and the people were very social media driven and competitive, and it was really weird, and I was totally not used to it. And so 3 weeks in, I was like, this is not the place for me. So I dropped out and moved to Holland with full support of my family. And while in Holland, we searched for schools, and we found Oak Grove. And we were online looking at it, and it was small classes, and I saw the place where it is in the nature, and it was perfect. Like, I was so excited that I flew back on the 5th of October, I think, and then the 6th I was here, and then the 7th was my first day of school. And I was so excited, I moved into a tent in the backyard, so I didn't have to commute from Topanga. So. And thankfully, Oak Grove has ended up being everything I hoped for, and much more. And next year, I will be going to Quest University. Yeah, so for my first art, my photo's not there. This is the art of academia. The art of academia to me means realizing that education is part of everyday life. It's everywhere, all around, and you can never escape from it. My focus question is, how has my outlook on my studies evolved as I have matured? So I realized that, I realized that having no agency in your education makes education a burden, which is what a lot of schools actually do and don't realize, that children are really excited to learn when you give them the option of responding to a Krishnamurti quote instead of an essay. You have them do some art or something. So Oak Grove really gives us that space, which is really nice. So when I do feel resistance, I have two options. When I really don't want to do one thing, like an essay or something. So either I can just be like, okay, it's school, I'm almost done, I can do this, or I can change my approach completely and turn a persuasive essay about a book into a call to action about current world problems, or see if I can do some art instead of a written response, because to me it will have the same effect. I will be thinking about what this quote means to me, and I will be formulating a response, and this is my way of doing it. So this is my artifact, and it's a response to a Krishnamurti quote we were studying in Wheels class. And this is one of my favorite projects I've done, because it really showed me that art and academics are the same thing when there's passion and respect and trust in that a student is actually thinking and doing the work. And so I'm so glad for Oak Grove that they give us the opportunity to turn education into our own thing and really have us do what we want and lead ourselves. And I think this comes with, so we have really close connections with the teachers, and because of that, there's a trust and respect towards the material and towards each other. So when you don't do your homework, it's not just that you don't do your homework, it's that you're letting this person down that is trying to give you something. And so I think that helps. Having super close relationships with teachers helps in motivation as well. Yes, and so this is Art of Inquiry. To me, Art of Inquiry is harnessing your own curiosity to explore the beautiful world we live in. My focus question is, how has high school helped in my journey of discovering self-responsibility? So, Oak Grove really made me confident that I can fully take care of myself wherever I am, and it has helped show me that I absolutely love hiking and biking and camping and doing whatever gives me the freedom and being in nature. And I have developed my sense of personal responsibility while dealing with challenges that arrive during traveling, like flat tires or running out of food or getting lost with no service. And I feel most alive when I'm surrounded by nature and overcoming an especially hard challenge. And so this summer, I drove up to Oregon with 4 girls and 4 bikes, and we planned to do a bike trip, but we didn't have any plans besides our destination. And so we were booking campsites as we go, and we ended up doing a 300-mile loop around Oregon in 8 days, sleeping on sheep farms and swimming in rivers and eating protein bars for every meal. This pushed me so hard, and I got so sunburnt, And I had the most fun I've had almost ever. And it led me to do a lot of self-reflection about how autonomy is very important to me, and being able to handle whatever comes at me is also very important to me. So, and it also made it clear that we as individuals, humans, are capable of so much more than we know. So, yeah. So, this is the art of aesthetics. The art of aesthetics to me means using technique and passion to express yourself creatively. And focus question, how have I learned to express myself creatively? So in 9th grade, I joined Ojai Pottery and Clay School, where I had two amazing teachers, Mark Churchill and Travis Kennedy. And they taught me everything from the basics of how to throw a pot to the attitude and patience that comes with being a potter. I became so obsessed, and I still am, and I started spending more than 20 hours a week at the studio. And then I found out that there was, and then as a junior, I think, I was able to get into the ceramics class, no, as a 10th grader. And there I had wonderful Deborah Rose, who taught me that you can put a concept behind a piece even after it's thrown and ready, and having a concept is actually really important and fun, and it makes it very exciting. Okay, in 11th grade, I apprenticed at Fire Stick Pottery, where I mixed glazes and loaded kilns, and I taught children hand building classes, and I started to teach adult classes on the wheel, which was so much fun. I was having so much fun teaching like 40-year-olds they're like, how old are you? And I'm like 18, and they're like, wow, and it was so much fun. And yeah, I loved this. I loved being at Fire Stick because I wasn't just doing the throwing, I was doing all of the different steps, which really made me realize that like you can spend your whole life on pottery, or I could. I could do it all day, every day. Yeah, so my artifact is some pictures of things I've thrown in the last 4 years. Pottery has really showed me that obsession leads to a deep and pure form of learning, and following passion makes work really easy. So when you like your work, it's not even work, and it's just the best thing. And I'm so grateful that this passion has led me to discover the possibilities that arise when a craft is met with respect and devotion. Even though pottery is not a focus in my near future, it will always be an important part of my life. It is not the end of the love story. Okay. Oh, and these later, before you leave, please come touch them softly. So, art of communication. The art of communication is the process of exploring different mediums in order to show the world a part of yourself. So, how has your ability to communicate improved over your high school career? So right now I'm going to be talking about music. So I've always thought of myself as a very artistic person, but for some reason I had a reluctance against the music world. And I think it was because I was never naturally very good at it. I had to put in effort, and I was like, what? What am I doing? But I got really into it, and I started playing guitar, and I loved it. And Oak Grove really helped me uncover my stage presence and my love for musical performance. And I really realized that it wasn't just me performing something that someone else had written like we do. It's a new tool to express myself and let creativity flow through me. And so I'm going to show you, here's Russ being cute. I'm going to show you a clip of one of my favorite performances that we did. It's not loading. Can anyone guess what it's going to be? Okay, yeah, good. Is there sound? There's no sound? Okay.
Might want to pause it for a second and give it time to process.
Papa was king and I can go down in the my first box. Funky like to be. Okay, yeah, you get it. Yay. That was so much fun to do, and it was one of the first times. How do I get out of this?
Press escape.
It was one of the first times that I. You know. Got it. Let's do the whole thing again. Okay, that was fun because it was the first time I sang in a song, which is like my least confident instrument I play, but I love it. I have so much fun with it, even though I'm not like a Nanya or something, but it's so fun. Okay, so this is my Pathos project. This is so much fun. So my Pathos project, I set out to create 8 moon jars in 10 days. I was like, oh, I've made a moon jar before. This is gonna be easy. 1 per day, I can totally do that, especially if I have like the whole day. So it was not that easy. It was very hard. Pottery was what I wanted to do, like ever since I found out about these projects like 3 years ago. I was like, I'm of course gonna do pottery. Like I'll just do pottery for the whole time. But for some reason, I convinced myself that pottery couldn't be enough of a challenge. And so I planned a whole nother project that was based around religious studies, but at the last minute I decided that pottery is always the best option. So if I'm ever doubting, just go to pottery. This project really made me realize that I have only scratched the surface of what I am capable with in the pottery world. No matter how good I get, I can always get infinitely better. I could really spend years perfecting the art of moon jars, and then I could move on to one of the billion other forms there are that I'm excited about. This could really be my life purpose. So this project proved to be much harder than expected. Throwing 25 pounds, I don't know if anyone has tried it, but it's so hard. First of all, you have to be really buff. And then perfecting a shape and making it not collapse is even harder. And then once you made a perfect jar, moving it around, it's 25 pounds and it's so soft and fragile and a baby, and you have to be so careful. And I move way too fast. I found out I should be like meditating through the whole thing. I move way too fast. And then making one every day after like I threw the first one, and the next day I was like so sore from throwing, but I did it anyways, and it was really hard. But so this is my first one. It dropped on the ground. I finished it even, and then I dropped it on the ground. And then this is number 1 and 2. So in the end, I threw 7 jars, and only 3 survived until the end. So that can show how hard it is. But I don't know if you know, this is the size comparison. Yeah, I don't know if you know what a moon jar is, but it's a Korean form, and it's a whole bag of clay, or people do it even more. People can like do all this thing. It's insane. But I started with like a whole bag of clay, so I tried to make it as big as possible using that 25 pounds, and that's as big as I got it. And this is the final. So 10 days, 7 thrown, 3 survived. They're going in the kiln tomorrow, I think, and I haven't even glazed them. So we will see what happens. But I will be donating one of these moon jars to Oak Grove as a thank you for all that the school has given me in the last 4 years. In the next few weeks, the jar that I am donating will have a special home on campus, and you can come visit it while I'm not here, if you want to look at it. Okay, so moving on. Next year, I will be attending Quest University in British Columbia, I am so excited. When I first visited campus with Hannah last year, and my dad last year, it really felt like a unique place, and I had never seen anything like it. It was like a hub of intellectual curiosity and creativity, and every single person was doing a Pathways project basically the whole time, and it was like so fun. So I'm so excited for the devotion of one subject at a time using this block plan. So they do one course at a time for a whole month, and then you do another the next month, and I'm so excited about that. And then also their whole curriculum is based on all these transferable skills that can get you anywhere in life, which is, I feel like it's learning for life, not learning for a job, which I'm so excited about. This is how pretty it is. I'm going to get an education. I'm going to Quest to get an education in the purest form of the world. I don't have a 10-year plan, and I don't have pressure to get on a high-paying track for a high-paying career. I don't care about that. I just want to discuss and share ideas with people who are just as excited to be learning as I am, just as we do here at Oak Grove. And I think Quest is the place to do that. So I am grateful that I had the opportunity to attend a school like Oak Grove that tests my limits and pushes me to explore my passions. From here, I am ready to go into the world knowing that I have the skills to succeed in whatever I do in the future. And as I say goodbye to the community, I really want to thank my class, as everyone has done, because we're kind of the best. Look at us. So cute. Okay. Thank you.
Questions, go back there.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait, are these from the project?
No.
No.
No. Yeah. Those are not ready. They will be though, soon.
And is it a moonjar?
It's a failed attempt. It's a Sacred Heart now. So Moonjar, so this is a two-piece. So you can see that it's connected right here, or right here actually. And so I had two bowls that I put on top of each other, and actually Moonjars should be the same bowl on top of each other, so you could flip it around and it would look exactly the same, the top and the bottom even, with that flare. And so this is me trying to do it like a few months ago, but it slumped and got kicked. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there going to be an opportunity at Quest for you to continue to pursue ceramics?
So I've been talking to my admissions counselor. There is no studio, and I've known this as I applied and everything, I knew, but I'm willing to sacrifice that for now because I think it's my favorite place I've ever been so far. But he said it's actually, they love when students bring something to Quest, and that was one of the big things. They were like, you gotta bring a studio. So I have a wheel and kilns, and he was saying that it's really easy being like a little private school to get grants from the government to fund a studio. So he was like, you can totally do it. People have done it before with other things. So I'm gonna bring my wheel up and then buy a kiln with government money and start the studio there. Yes, Deborah?
So can you say some more about the decoration that you did on those two jars?
This is Jesus. He's pretty. I don't know. People ask me like about God and stuff. I just like it a lot. So, and I'm attracted to it. So why not put it out there? This is part of me. So these are both, actually this is a three-piece. Can you hear me if I'm over here?
Yeah.
So this is a three-piece. So it's connected right here and right here. And it was supposed to be like a tall perfume bottle, but it did not work out. So I cut it off. But this one is actually modeled after someone we know. And then this one is trying to brew moon jar. But so I started this, and then I was like, this looks like a Sacred Heart in itself. And so I had to do the Sacred Heart on there. And this is all oxide and slip. And actually it was green and red, and then it all turned into like oxide looking, which is very exciting. And this is the first time, there's like many different ways of glazing, but I sprayed on these for the first time ever, and I love how it turned out. So I'm gonna do my main dries in this spray. Yeah. And these are the same glaze, but different clays. So you can see this one has speckles because it's KGBS, and this one is V-Mix or porcelain, so it does not.
Did you design the crucifix or did you find it somewhere?
I have one in my room, like a crucifix,
But
and I was just holding it next to it while I was there.
So is it like a Catholic crucifix?
Yeah, it's an Inri one. It's like Italia, Italy. Yeah.
Okay, one more thing. So you talked a little bit about teaching kids at
Yeah.
Stick, and I think people learn a lot through teaching. They can
Yeah,
learn
totally.
other ways. So I'm wondering what you might have learned with the little kids that changed the way you did.
Yeah, so nothing with the kids. I realized I do not want to be babysitting in my life. But with teaching adults, I love it so much. So I can show someone how to throw, but actually articulating it made me realize what I'm actually doing. So if I'm pulling, I had to be like, well, with my left hand, I'm pulling out. And then I realized I can just do it better because I know the words to put to it. And it actually taught me so much. And I went from like throwing little things to big things pretty fast while I was teaching people, which was really fun. Yeah, and people are awesome. I love adults over 15. Yeah. Yes.
So one of the things you identified about this school was like this idea that we give a lot of agency in learning. And that's actually one of the goals we've identified in terms of growth for the ways in which we can provide more agency for students. Do you have any recommendations or ideas around creating more agency for students?
Well, I think you could always have like 2 different math classes instead of like going through the things. You can like see if you want to do like a math class about puzzles, or if you want to do a math class that's like fully geometry, because it's like all using similar parts of the brain. I don't know, like having like different classes like that. But I think you guys do a great job in the classes we have. Like if you, like half of the time in Ashton's class, if you don't want to do one thing, you can do another thing. If you talk to him about it and present it, and like if teachers feel that it's actually going to teach you, of course you can do it, which at public schools that doesn't happen. They're just like, why are you talking to me? So yeah, I think you guys do a good job at it. I think upperclassmen should be able to leave school sometimes when we're not doing anything. That's freedom we could have. Thank you.
Greeting everyone. Welcome to my gateway presentations. I feel so sorry I just can't do online presentation with you guys, but I still hope to share my growth of past 4 years with everyone. This is me. I was taking this picture when I was a junior high student. As you see, my hairstyle is changing every year. I think so too, yeah. I think my mind is like my appearance and hairstyle, changing every year, becoming more and more mature. I think the changing on my appearance and hairstyle is also related to my growth of my mind. Art of engagement. If you ask me to record the most special period in my entire high school life, I will definitely answer the period from 2020 March to the present without thinking. During this time, I experienced the most comfortable period of time in the entire high school life. Because online study didn't give me too much studying pressure, and I was staying in China during that time. There's nothing I need to worry about. Thus, this phenomenon led me to enter to a comfort zone. My topic for art of engagement is how to work out from my comfort zone. Jet lag is a huge challenge for me and other international students. Thus, school allows us international students to choose to participate in online courses or watch recorded videos. All international students have to choose to watch the recorded video because it's easier and more convenient. I thought so at the beginning. But the upcoming college application season made me realize that I had to make changes to myself, all to get me out of my comfort zone. Therefore, I chose to join the online course studies, which not only allows me to solve the academic problems more easily, but also allows me to strengthen the connection with my teachers in order to help me to get a better university recommendation letter from my teacher. I also thought about escaping from online class because the experiencing is really suffering. First of all, it's so hard to study in American time because when I finished all the class, the time in Chinese time zone was 3 o'clock a.m. Second, I can't take a good sleep because the noise out of the window have to wake me up when like 9 o'clock every morning. And I feel lonely when I knew that I was the only international student taking the online class. I doubted my decision and behavior. Is it really worth it? Will I get the result I want to after spending more time and energy? I think no one knows that their actions are worth it or not until the end. But I think I already set a goal and a plan for myself, so I have to maintain my plan and my decisions. Finally, through my own efforts, I finally maintained my grade after I finished the junior students class. Artifact. Here is the screenshot of the communication between Cindy and I on Gmail. When I have some academic question or problems, I always will stay till midnight and discuss these questions with my teacher or Cindy. And here I really appreciate Cindy and my teacher because of them I can easy to overcome those challenges on academic. Out of academia, a subject that I have been challenged by and that I have come to love. In the past 4 years of high school life, I experienced countless challenges in the academic field. Well and Ashton's vocabulary quiz always take me to spend a lot of energy and time to review for it. Me and Marie always set some questions which are out of my head in the exam. However, the biggest difficulty I faced in the academic field did not come from the on-campus courses, but from the actual online course I did, which is AP Macro Econ. In my sophomore year, I already started to prepare for university application. I added an online AP Macro Econ course to myself. In fact, it is hard to schedule the course in my daily study life. Because of the schoolwork and the test review, I can't set the class from Monday to Friday. So I just can't set my extra class in weekend. The problem I have to face on weekend is outdoor activities that Besson House set for us. The activity itself is a good thing. It strengthens our relationship with other students in Besson House. However, due to the instability of the activity time, I cannot confirm the time when we go back to the dorm. Sometimes we would go to LA, which means that the time we return to the dorm may be around 9 to 10 p.m. Therefore, the problem I need to face is how to find a balance among the various activities and the courses. in order to complete my online class. Thus, there is the only way for me to solve this problem. I have to reduce my rest time to schedule my class. When my friends invite me to play games with them, I have to say no. It's a kind of suffering experience. Finally, I successfully finished all the class for my AP. But I didn't get the grade I expected. I just got 3 points in the exam. But I think I grew after this experience because I know how to choose the things I have to giving up, the things that I need to focusing on. Artifact. This is textbook when I used when I taking the AP Macro Econ. All of inquiry. I'm politically active and engaged with the community. If I have to choose the most exciting year of my 4 years of high school life, then my answer must be my junior year. My junior year's life did not bring me the freshness like my freshman year, did not bring me happiness as my sophomore year, and it was not as bizarre as my senior year. However, I still think that my junior is wonderful and meaningful. It's just because I served as treasurer of student council during that year. My only political experience so far. In fact, being a treasurer is not easy thing, as I thought. One day, President banned the sale of palm oil snacks in the student store. It was a good thing, because palm oil snacks will harm our bodies. However, many students protest this policy and turn to me for help, because the snacks of palm oil is really good. As one of my duties include managing the student store, I believe that there is a way to balance the clash between student council and the student. After a debate with Hannah and I, we finally found a way to solve these problems. We will not ban the palm oil snacks in the student store, but we will set a higher price for those snacks. Students can choose to spend more money to buy palm oil snacks, which tastes more better, or you can use cheaper or use less money to buy more healthy food in the student store. Artifact. It's all the student council financial report I made for every week. And you can see the money in and the money out for each weeks. I mean, I really like serving as treasurer. I love this job, but I kind of tired for those student council routines, like financial report time to time. Yeah, but I still love that experience. Art of caring and a relationship. In the 4 years of living in a good school, I have always believed that schools have given me lots of gifts or treasure, such as beautiful learning environment, a healthy social circle, and a more unequal way of thinking. However, I always been grateful for this because it's expense of a group that makes me grow so fast and healthy. However, I don't think that my relationship with August school is unilateral. I think that as I grew up, I also give back to school, to this community through my own efforts. Although this reward seems very small to school, but it is also my own efforts and growth. the 4 years of growth, I think I have made some small contribution to the entire community, such as join to the boys soccer team and stay with and play game with my teammates, get a victory, and be the treasure served for community. However, I think my greatest feedback to the whole group community is that I have become to a student who has an unequal way of thinking and an independent thinking student. I think applying my independence and unequal thinking to real life is a real affirmation and rewards of all group educational achievements. During the year I returned to China, I deeply felt my own growth. When discussing domestic and foreign political and social systems with others, I can analyze the target from multiple angles, such as history, humanities, and the ideology of the current government. However, other Chinese often only stay on a single angle of the target information, which is collected from the others on the internet. And I have been able to complete the collection and the thinking of the information alone. Such gaps and changes are due to the daily teaching from teaching methods of the teachers in the school and the influence of the team project. Artifact. Now it seems that the most precious gift I get from school is to meet a group of friends who can trust each other. Pathless project. My Pathless project is to make an animation to commemorate my high school life. Because of the impact of COVID-19, I think my high school life is perfect but incomplete. So I want to use this animation to complement my high school life regret. And because I have zero experience in making this animation, I want to show people that with the help of any professional knowledge, people can achieve their goals with their own perseverance. Here's my Pathless project timeline. Because I already started the Pathless project since the spring break start. So when we start our Pathless project week, I already done halfway of my project. And you can see I completed all my work on the May 28th. And thus after June 1st, there's nothing I can do for my project. My artifact. Here's the video I made for all my friends and my classmates. The university I'm going to. I will be enrolled in UC Davis in September this year. This school used to be my dream school because I'm interested in biology, and the UCD has a high ranking in bio major. So far, I set UCD as my goal of effort. However, I'm kind of loose now because of the future employment of myself. I think the biology is not really suitable for me. Therefore, I enter UC Davis as a major undecided status. I hope that I can find a suitable major and position in UCD after a period of study. Summary. In fact, I have only spent 2.5 years in OJS, and I have many things that I haven't finished yet. For example, in the wood workshop, I still have a project that has been produced for almost a year waiting to be complete. And there is no chance for me to participate in senior trip and a senior dinner with my classmates. Even the graduation speech and gateway for me can only do online. It seems a little bit informal, but I understand that. The life is always full of misses and regrets, and we have to accept them because this is the story that we unfold.
Here for everyone to talk to. I can.
The connection is unstable.
Okay. Here, I can hold them up to the mic.
There we go.
All right, Eric. So visualize. You're right here. You're standing at the mic. But let me turn you around so you can see everybody here. Okay. All right, here you go. You're doing your gay wave. Does anyone have any questions for Eric? He's still looking at me? No, I switched him around, right?
You should be looking at you right now.
Oh wait, let me switch it again. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, any questions for Eric? You guys have, or anything you guys want to ask him?
I have a question. Well,
Yeah.
Is it likely that he'll be able to come back for the fall of his first semester?
Did you hear that, Eric? Will you be able to come back for the fall of your first semester?
You mean my college first semester? I don't know. Like, things like, yeah, I think I will back.
Right.
We still don't know, right? Yeah. Also, COVID-19 going in the summer. So.
Eric, what do you think was the hardest part? I know you spoke really eloquently about being away from school. What was the hardest part for you of not being able to return back to Oak Grove for your senior year?
The hardest part, I mean, just, it's very comfortable to stay, to study in, living in China and just study online. But yeah, I don't know the hard part. Probably just feel lonely because you guys know I start my high school in America, so and there's nobody in China, so there's kind of no friends in China, right? So yeah, all my friendship and social circle are in America. So yeah, it kind of feel lonely, and I think that's the hardest part I face in my senior year.
Yeah, Ame.
I have two questions. One, did you receive your care packages? And two, what was your favorite part of Besson House when I was there? That whole first semester thing before COVID.
Well, can you repeat?
So the first question was, did you receive your care packages?
Wait, it seems like the connection is unstable. Yeah, can you say again?
Did you receive your care packages?
No.
I think he got one of them.
The package with the cards in it.
Oh, wait, yeah, sorry, I forgot, yeah, I got Sorry, yeah.
And the second question was, what was your favorite part about Besson House junior year?
Besson House? Junior year. The most favorite part is hard to tell, right? I just feel just hang out with you guys, right? And having those trips.
Okay.
I can't tell them just one part is my favorite. I think whole my junior life in Besson is kind of it's not bad, yeah. I just feel kind of sometimes
Ashton, you had a question?
Yeah, Eric, I was really affected by hearing that Oak Grove has changed your thinking. And I was wondering if you could say more about that compared to how you might be if you hadn't come here.
So he said he was really affected by how Oak Grove has changed your thinking. And he was curious to hear more about that and how you would be different if you hadn't come to Oak Grove.
Oh, like, right now, most of Chinese, they're thinking just follow the media. They just never thinking. They just totally trust what's the newspaper or what's the news tell. I think I studied in your group and I studied in America for 4 years, so I kind of know what's the fake. I have the ability. I got the ability from the school. I know how to what news is fake, what news is true. Yeah, and that's I think that's the I learned from the school. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Eric. Thanks for staying up late. And we appreciate it. We loved your video, so thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Is that good? Can you hear me pretty good? Right. So you guys all know me, but I'm Nayeli Vega, and can you see the picture?
Not yet.
It'll pop out.
They'll come. You can just
Okay,
go ahead.
so I'll just go ahead and continue with my presentation. Okay, so my name is Nayeli Torado, and this is my 6th year at Oak Grove, and the picture that will appear in a second is a picture of me in 7th grade, I think right before I came to Oak Grove. And before Oak Grove, I went to Topa Elementary, which was a larger public school down by Topa. And the reason I wanted to come to Oak Grove was for the relationships, and I feel like I felt as if I wasn't getting the best education where I was, because there's so many, there you go, because there were so many students, way too many for the amount of teachers they had. And so I came to Oak Grove hoping to find more meaningful relationships with the teachers and the students. And the funny thing is, I actually never planned on staying at Oak Grove. I came for my junior high years, and then after my plan was to switch out to Villanova. But when the time came, I was so convinced I was going to go to Villanova. When the time came, I chose Oak Grove. Even though I've been wanting to go to Villanova since 4th grade, I chose Oak Grove because I just ended up falling in love with the school. Perfect. And next year, or actually first, I wanted to talk about my first day at Oak Grove, which is just kind of saying, I think this story kind of goes to show how close everyone at Oak Grove is, because I remember the first day I came here in 7th grade, I was super shy. Coming from a bigger school, I didn't know anybody here, and so I remember my first day, the second I walked in, immediately 3 girls came up to me and they introduced themselves and they were super friendly and they're like, hey, let's be friends, and I was just in shock because no one had ever done that to me before, and it was almost like a culture shock, but in a very good way. And so yeah, next year I will be going to Berkeley, and there's a picture. Okay, for the first art of academia. And so to me, the art of academia means discovering how you learn and what makes you most passionate about education. And so my focus question is, how has your outlook on your studies evolved as you have matured? And yeah, okay, this one's quite the story. So definitely as a senior, my habits are the exact opposite as what they were in my freshman year. Here, let's take a look at my artifact. So this is from my freshman year. I know most of you didn't know me from then,
some of you did. But I was very studious, like overly studious, and I would overemphasize grades. And so this is a calendar from my freshman year. I would make finals calendar, and I would start studying a month before finals. And I thought I needed to do this to get good grades because coming into high school, I was very hard on myself, and I would not accept anything lower than an A. And so I would make these. This is from December, but I also had one from the month prior. And it just goes to show how crazy I was about studying. And as a senior now, I definitely changed my habits. For example, we recently had a Spanish final. And I want to use this year's final and my freshman final as I want to compare them to show you my growth. So my freshman year, for my final, as you can see, I did the whole calendar and everything. I started studying a month before, and I stressed myself out. And let me remind you, I speak Spanish. And so, yeah, so I remember I started studying a month before every day with some of my classmates, and when the finals came, I did end up getting a pretty good grade, but I stressed myself out for no reason. I would study an hour every day. It was totally insane. And this year, I did study for the Spanish final, but instead of studying a month in advance, I studied the day before for 3 to 4 hours. Maybe 4 hours is exaggerating, more like 3 hours. And I also did very well on that test, almost the same grade, actually. So, yeah, I still study, but I definitely have brought the pressure down by a lot, and I think I've learned how to focus on the things that I'm more interested in, like leadership, social justice, and writing, that sort of thing. Okay. An art of inquiry. So the art of inquiry is the freedom to question and explore the world around you. And so for my focus question, I chose, how has high school influenced your worldview? Alright, so coming to Oak Grove, I was also kind of shocked that I was one of the only people of color at the time. And as I continued into high school, I started noticing more people of color join, but it still felt kind of like it's still a predominantly white school. But because of this, I had a special lens to explore the world with and a special lens to explore Oak Grove with. At times I felt I was more aware of certain problems that not everybody noticed all the time, which I kind of used to my advantage. I mean, it's almost like my superpower, you know. And at first, as a freshman, because I was trying to fit in more or less, like I didn't really speak up about these problems. They weren't really in my head at all times. Like when something would happen, I wouldn't really bring it up because it wasn't really, I don't know, I was trying to fit in, not trying to stand out. But as I continued on with high school in 10th and 11th grade, I gained more confidence. And so in student council and just in general, I would start speaking about certain issues that I thought weren't right. And so that's when, in junior year, I got asked to be on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. And here's that email from Jody. And this was really when I started being way vocal about how I was feeling and way vocal about these issues. And I think just being invited to a committee like this gave me so much confidence because it felt like someone recognized that I was trying to make change and they're like helping me on this journey with me. Yeah, and so since then I've been really trying to bring more diversity to the school, and I'm way vocal about it, and I do presentations now, and I started clubs, and I think I've really matured a lot in this way. And this is a picture of a protest I went to with some of my classmates, because I've also started to be more aware of current events. And I don't know, I'm very involved in social justice. Art of aesthetics. Alright, and to me this art is the way we interact with nature and how we can further develop a love for it as well. So my focus question is a greater appreciation for the beauty of nature and wilderness. Guess that's not a question, but alright. So I don't know if any of you guys know, but before coming to Oak Grove, I had never really gone officially camping, at least not properly. And that made me very uncomfortable on our trips, and just in general, I was very uncomfortable with nature because I've never really had gone out to explore it or never really appreciated for what it was. So, I don't know, it's kind of funny coming to Oak Grove in the third week going on a camping trip, because I think that when I went, it was just so shocking to me, and I thought it was a great place to bond with my classmates, but I was just, I don't know, I'd never gone camping, so it was just, I was like, wow, this is so different from anything that I've ever done before. And this is an entry for my LCAP trip. It was 2/9/15, so quite a while ago. And I remember, I think Deborah made us write this right after we got back from the trip. And so I didn't really explain it very well in this entry, but basically I talked about how on the first few nights and towards the end we slept outside. We would put a tarp out and sleep outside in our sleeping bags, watching the stars. And this was a very memorable moment for me for a very specific reason. Because I remember the first night I slept outside, I was about to go to sleep and I was kind of uncomfortable. I was tossing and turning and I didn't really get comfortable. And then I looked up and I saw the stars. And I was just so shocked how bright they were and how visible they were from that campsite. It was totally different from seeing them in the city with the lights and everything. But like when you're in nature and you look up and you see the stars, it just stuck with me. I've never forgotten that moment. Unfortunately, I could not find a picture of it because no one really takes pictures of the sky, I guess, at night. But yeah, I think after that, I was like, wow, nature is beautiful. So yeah, it's an entry from that. And then, for fun, I thought this was funny, too good not to show. This is a lizard that crawled on me my sophomore year. Another way I started to interact with nature, as you can see. Yeah. Okay, and then there's art of communication. And so, to me, this art means, basically, how you express yourself to the world and others. And so I chose, for my focus question, is how has your ability to communicate improved over your high school career? And so, as I previously mentioned, coming to Oak Grove, I was a little shy. So it was very hard for me to communicate my feelings and ideas. And it's not that I never really had any, because I even remember I started student council in 9th grade, and I remember sitting at the meetings and having all these ideas, but I was just too scared to speak up about them. Lack of ideas wasn't really the issue. I was just very scared of sharing them with the world. So, like I said, towards 10th, 11th grade, I started finding my voice and being more confident with myself and my ideas. And one of the biggest reasons for that was the student newspaper in my article that I wrote. Because in 10th grade, I started taking this journalism class with Gabriella. And I remember going to this immigration conference. And while being there, I was really, because the whole point of the workshop was demystifying immigration, and it was just so surprising to me how I was in a room with a bunch of students from Thatcher who were supposedly very educated, and they were very uneducated on the topic itself, and they were spreading all these lies, and the teacher there quickly corrected them, but it was just so surprising to me how a group of educated people didn't know the truth about certain things. And so after the conference, I went back to Gabriella, I talked to her about it, and she's like, you should write an article about it. And I was like, okay. I'd never written an article before, but I decided to go for it, and she helped me do a layout and everything, research. I did interviews and everything, and I was really, really proud of what I made towards the end, which is breaking through the myths of immigration. Yeah, and after that, I couldn't stop writing articles, and I really enjoy communicating through my writing, because I feel like I have enough time to properly compose versus just like speaking it out loud like now. I say everything that I'm thinking, but when I'm writing, I have time to process my thoughts and articulate them correctly. And I love writing in general. So this is really a turning point, because since then I haven't stopped writing about current events, and every year I submit articles to the newspaper. But yeah, really this is one of my favorite ways to communicate with the world, which is why I became editor in 11th grade, which I also loved. Okay. I guess we are on to my Pathless project. Alright, so for my Pathless project, as you guys might have seen, I was selling flowers for a fundraiser in the high school and elementary. But this project was not my initial plan. What I initially wanted to do was set up a tutorship program with the kids at Oak Grove and Miners Oaks Elementary, because I thought tons of high schoolers would totally be willing to help Miners Oaks Elementary. And I chose Miners Oaks Elementary for a specific reason, because I did some research on all the elementary schools in Ojai, and it turns out that Miners Oaks Elementary is the most diverse school in our community, but it is also one of the lowest, it scores the lowest academic performance as well. And so I thought that would be a perfect school to help, considering we're just down the street. However, this plan did not work out for me. I emailed a bunch of people, and Jody helped me with that, but none of them responded. So it really went nowhere. And so when the 2-week span came, no one had emailed me back. I had no plan. I was kind of freaking out a little bit. And so I had to come up with a new plan, obviously. And I still wanted to help Miners Oaks Elementary. It was just very challenging for me to come up with the last minute plan. But luckily, Jody recommended I sell flowers, and I thought that would be great, because I was doing some more research, and apparently they have a whole website for donating money, for lunch money, because at the end of the year, like Miners Oaks Elementary, they don't refuse meals to students, even if they have no money in their account. So towards the end of the year, all that money accumulates, and then it becomes debt, obviously. And most parents can't pay that, so the school sometimes lets them, they don't always have to pay it if they can't afford it, but then the school still needs to find money to pay it off. And so I thought that would be a good cause to donate my money to. And so Anna helped me make this poster. Yeah. Here's a picture of me selling flowers, and there's my poster, and the flowers are very beautiful. And I don't think this project necessarily changed my worldview, but it definitely helped bring meaning into my life, considering that this is kind of what I want to do for the rest of it. I don't know exactly what career path or what job, but I just know that I want to help people for as long as I can. And so this was kind of a glimpse of what that would look like. And it was a lot harder than I thought, like making calls and sending emails. I don't know, I had to be super professional, which I'm not very used to. Yeah, and it was also kind of uncomfortable calling people to donate stuff. And like, I don't know, but I think it was a good glimpse into what helping other people and setting up more fundraisers would look like, that I definitely want to in the future. And moving on. Okay, I think I'm very sad to leave Oak Grove because I've never been in one place for so long, but I'm ready to move on. I'm going to Berkeley next year. See? And I think Oak Grove has definitely prepared me for this transition. I already find myself communicating with the future students that are going to Berkeley on social media and everything. I posted myself on like a Berkeley 2025 class page, and I had already made like 10 friends from there without even going to the actual campus. Yeah, and one of the big reasons I chose Berkeley was for the open-minded community and how many, like so many of the students that I've met, they're pretty politically active as well. And I remember walking through the school and I saw this bulletin board and I saw a bunch of signs that were like save, as you can see here, it's like save people's parks, and there was, which is a local park in the area. And then there was protests for stop the attacks against Asian and Asian American Pacific Islander. And so, I don't know, I just thought that was very cool, and one of the other reasons I picked it was for the relationships. It kind of reminded me of Oak Grove. One day when I went up, because I visited the school twice now, and the second time I went, I remember going up to this lookout, and everybody was in their cars, so it was sunset, and it was super beautiful. And I don't know if you guys have ever been to the Ventura Cross before, but most people stay in their cars, and they don't interact with each other. But when I went to Berkeley, and I was watching the sunset, everyone was getting out of their cars and playing music and like talking with each other. And I just thought that was such a cool interaction to have with people you don't know. And so overall, the community kind of reminded me of Oak Grove. And final summary. This is Thai food. All right. Okay, so this is a Thai food I got when I went to Hawaii. Well, this was before I went to Hawaii. We were in LA, we had a quarantine for a day, and then everyone was like, oh, what should we get for dinner? And I was like, I don't know, what do you guys want? And they're like, oh, Thai food. And I'm like, please, anything but Thai food. But everybody wanted Thai food, and I really thought that I hated Thai food, which is really unfortunate, because Oak Grove loves Thai food, and we even went out to get Thai food for lunch one day, and I just always got like white rice or something like that, because I was like, there's no way I'm going to like anything on this menu. I was really convinced I hated Thai food. But on this trip, I was like, you know what, I'm hungry, I'm stuck in this hotel for a day, might as well get something from the menu. And so this is fried rice with egg, and I really, really loved it. I really liked it. It was very good. Yeah. And so, turns out I don't actually hate Thai food. So I think this just shows one of the many ways that Oak Grove has changed my perspective and allowed me to be more open-minded. Because since being at Oak Grove, I have tried new things that I would have never tried if I hadn't been here. And so, I don't know, I just thought this was a perfect example to demonstrate that. And so, thank you, Oak Grove.
Questions from Nayeli?
What are you studying? Did you say that?
I don't think so. Political science. Sydney?
Is the background picture from that?
Yeah, actually it is, yes. You can see everything, San Francisco, and it's pretty crazy.
You're gonna write for a journal or a thing?
The student newspaper?
Am I going to write for the student newspaper? Yeah. Yes, of course. When I was there, I took like 3 just to look at them.
What's your favorite thing you've accomplished by being on the student council?
That's a good question. Let's see. I think definitely like bringing awareness to certain issues, like how this year I was like, hey, we should have signs in different languages. I think even just like, I don't know, the fact that I was able to bring up questions like that and issues like that, I think is probably, I'm pretty proud of that. Oh, say it.
How much money did you raise through your flower sale?
How much what?
How much money did you raise through the flower sale?
Oh, almost $600. It was like $590.
All right. Thank you, Nayeli.
Okay, hi.
Hi, Jules.
Yes, my name is Jules. So I guess I'll start. This is a photograph of my mom, Joy, and me in her stomach. So this was sort of the first time I was ever on the Oak Grove campus. And then here's a photo of one of the actual first times I was actually on the Oak Grove campus. I spent all of my childhood at Oak Grove, from preschool until 8th grade, and loved every moment of it. I then moved to Colorado for my freshman, sophomore, and junior years of high school, but decided that I wanted to graduate from Oak Grove, and I was very lucky that Oak Grove made this possible for me. And next year I will be continuing my education at Whitman College in Washington. Okay, so I would like to start with the art of academia. To me, the art of academia defines both the discipline and the love that a student exhibits in their education. Today, my focus question is, how has your outlook on your studies evolved as you have matured? I chose this question because with my 4 years of high school, I had the opportunity of exploring different places and experiences, which set me up to find my preferred outlook on my academics. My high school education has made a huge impact on my life's art of academia. I've discovered the ways in which I best learn and set myself up for a successful and enjoyable learning environment. I've spent my high school career in 2 vastly different learning environments where I got the opportunity to discover my own discipline and love for academics. So my first discovery began with my move from no grades in middle school to a highly competitive and grade-oriented freshman year of high school. In this year, I struggled to fit into the competitive environment where my 25 other classmates moved at a quicker pace than I could. Continuing into sophomore year, I found myself staying up until midnight to finish my homework while the rest of my classmates already finished their assignments at school. It was challenging for me to look at my assignments and focus on everything I had to do just to get an A. Okay. Here's a picture of my transcript from my previous school. Besides my hard efforts in math, I still ended up with a B, but besides this, I was successful in my efforts for getting A's. Sadly, after 3 years of striving for A's, I realized that I missed the feeling of wanting to go to school in the morning, and I missed the feeling of working together and with my teachers. I had lost my love for learning. So I returned to Oak Grove in August of 2020 for my senior year, and I can happily say that I am ending my secondary education with my refound love for learning. Through these different schooling experiences, I learned at first a great deal of discipline. Although I did not take away the sole intent of discipline to get straight A's from my first experience, I did take away the art of discipline that I could apply to my love for learning. Next, I would like to talk about the art of inquiry. To me, the art of inquiry is the way in which a person views the world and themselves based on their beliefs and morals. My focus question for this art is, how has school influenced your worldview? I chose this question because freshman Jules and senior Jules are 2 completely different people. Although we are both still terrible at math, our views and the way we see the world and ourselves are completely different. The way in which my high school career has shaped my outlook on life is through the events that I have encountered and through the people I have met. Over these past years, we have all witnessed great injustices, whether it be Americans supporting Black Lives Matter, starting with George Floyd, or the violence occurring against Asian Americans and people within the LGBT community, or even the attitude of Americans toward global warming. These are also major injustices that we are all aware of. Embarrassingly enough, only until my junior year of high school did I decide to take action and become aware of what was going on around me and around the world. I began to take my personal time to learn about these injustices that were occurring and decide where I stand and how I could help on such a large scale. Looking on a smaller scale, and towards the end of my junior year, I began to witness major injustices within my school and community. I saw my peers and even the people I'm closest with experience discrimination and inequity with our law system and school system. Because these injustices were happening right in front of me,
It was easier for me to take greater responsibility, and I did. Making these small-scale changes inspired me by encouraging myself that I could change the world in my future. My artifact today is a post I made to my social media account. Although a lot of people, and probably many of you guys, have also posted this black square, this post represents many things to me. During this time, I had many friends who believed that all lives matter and blue lives matter. It took some time and thought for me to post this black square, which represented my own beliefs, and stating that I am against injustice taking place against African Americans. I knew by posting this I would burn some bridges and possibly even lose some friends. Although I hesitated, I posted the square, and I did end up losing some close friends. I think this represents the change in my worldview. As I continue to mature and learn, I continue to understand that I need to stand up for the things I believe in, even if it means losing someone I'm close to. I've learned to trust my judgments in morality and to continue to learn more about our world. Okay, next I would like to talk about the art of caring in a relationship. To me, the art of caring in a relationship represents how one cares for themselves, others, and their community, and how one is cared for by others. My focus question for this art is, in what ways have the relationships that you have formed at school influenced you? I chose this question because without the relationships I have formed at school this year, I may not have been able to graduate in a couple of days. For my artifact, I chose this note from my notes app. This is the list that I continue to add on to whenever I get sick or have a health issue. I started this list in August so I could remember everything that happened to me this year, health-wise. Anyways, because of this list and because of traveling back and forth from my family in Colorado to school in California, I've missed a lot of events in both states. I've missed a lot of senior activities, a lot of social activities, a lot of school events and work, and even a lot of school. You would assume that this year has sucked for me considering what I've just told you, but because of my relationships that I've made throughout high school and throughout this year, it has been a good year. I've learned about how to take care of myself, but more importantly, I've become extremely grateful for the people who have taken care of me. I'm so grateful for my friends and family who have physically taken care of me when I was in bed rest, and I'm also very thankful to the Oak Grove community for accommodating my health issues. My classmates have helped in times when I needed help with assignments. My teachers and advisors helped me get my assignments done and up to date, and all of you helped me feel welcomed and included in, I guess, my first year back at Oak Grove. Without all of the relationships I have made in my high school career and at Oak Grove, I would not have been able to graduate, so thank you. The last artifact I would like to talk about is the art of communication. To me, the art of communication is the way we speak to one another and share our thoughts with each other. For this art, I chose the question, how has your ability to communicate improved over your high school career? I chose this question because throughout my high school career, I've learned how to communicate in many different ways with many different people. For my artifact, I chose this photograph of me and my homestay family in Madagascar. In my sophomore year, I went on a school trip that focused on indulging in a different culture and getting to know the people from that culture. When I was 10,000 miles away from home, I was asked to stay with a scary senior who I had never spoken to and a Malagasy family who did not speak English. I quickly learned how to flip through a translating pocketbook and how to get to know someone who lives a completely different life than I did. Despite the language barrier, the family taught us how to cook at their restaurant and sleep in mosquito tents on the floor. We taught them English and how to write their names in cursive. During this trip, I learned how to communicate with smiles and hugs and drawings and gestures. I learned how to communicate without words and connect with people without words. When I got home from Madagascar, I brought back with me my new forms of communication. I had learned that a smile to a stranger can mean a lot, and a hug to your parents can make their day. This high school experience helped me become a better communicator. Okay. So, sadly, I missed out on the Pathless projects this year. The day I got back from our class's trip to Hawaii, I came down with a fever, which turned out to be mono, and this continued for a month and a half, which kept me from school and the Pathless project. It was difficult for me to be missing out on so much of the end of the year senior activities and fun, but I'm glad to be back and to graduate on Friday. Instead, I will be completing my project this summer. Hiking used to be a big part of my life, and because of my continuous health issues, I have not been on a solo hike since October. As my health and strength are at a total setback, I will be going on a 3-day hiking expedition in southern Colorado. My goal is to hike 6 miles on day 1, 9 miles on day 2, and end with 12 miles on day 3. Although these lengths seem very plausible to some of you guys, it will be a challenge given how out of shape I've become this year. So this is called the sand dunes. I'm not sure why it's blurry, but where I will be hiking. Okay, so moving on from here. As I said before, I'm going to be attending Whitman College in Washington. This is a photograph of me and one of my friends who is also going to be going to Whitman with me, and we're doing the W pose. As you can see from the photo, I am very excited to become a Whitman Blue. Oak Grove and my high school education have properly prepared me for college, and I could not be more ready to start my college journey. Okay, final summary. For my last artifact, I have chosen a photo that encapsulates my overall high school experience. This photo was taken right after my first car crash. During the car crash and during my years in high school, many moments seemed scary and there were a lot of tough times. But in both my crash and in high school, I made it out alive. Throughout high school and my car crash, I had the people that I loved by my side who not only supported me, but made it fun. Lastly, I would like to compare my car crash to high school, because as you can see, we're all very thankful for the ride, and especially that it is over. The end.
What are you studying?
Environmental studies.
Are you continuing tennis in college?
Yes. Hopefully, I will be on the team next year, but we'll see. Well,
I was curious about moving, like you moved from Ojai, which is one of the most liberal places in the world, to Colorado Springs, which is like famously conservative.
Yeah.
What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, most of my friends are very conservative, and so, yeah, that's kind of like also a reason, especially after last year, why I wanted to come back here after everything happened last year, and yeah, it was tough, but yeah. Okay, thank you guys.
Hello. I'm Gwen, and I started my Oak Grove experience in toddler program about 16 years ago, and I've been here pretty much ever since. My photos are not loading, but these are actually all from the first day of school. Every single year before we left, my parents would take a picture of us, so these are some of my favorites. So, like I said, I've been here pretty much all the time. During my sophomore year, I went to go to Brockwood, a sister school, a Krishnamurti sister school in England, and I returned for my junior year. Next year, I will be taking a gap year, or a little over a gap year, and then continuing my education at Boston University.
Look, we got a photo. One there. When we could always come back to this page at the end, and I bet we'll be later.
Okay.
No.
Okay, well this is from 12th grade, and even though this was actually in August when I didn't have any classes, but I was coming out to hand out cookies and meet everyone, which has since they've become almost a legacy. I'm very known for having food on me and sharing it, but I love it. Okay, so the arts of living and learning. So starting off with communication, to me it's how we interact with the world and the people around us, how we can join in collaboration, and how we can express ourselves through talking, listening, and writing. So how have my communication skills and leadership grown over my time in high school? I chose this question because the last 2 years I have been directly able to see that growth by being on student council. In the beginning of this year, as president, I had to facilitate and lead all the meetings, and that was terrifying for me. Felt like a very big responsibility, and I'm not the best, but I do not feel most comfortable speaking in public. But I knew that this would be a weekly, reoccurring thing, so I felt a pressure that pushed me to grow. So within those meetings, I tried to engage people in conversation and be more direct with my words and actually say what I was meaning instead of just using all of these filling words. And I tried to be open that that was a struggle for me and that I'm still making mistakes while public speaking and in those meetings. But I can see how, just comparing the first 2 meetings of student council, how different they were. I feel like I was not looking at my computer all the time, not scanning everyone's faces to make sure that they understood what I was saying. I was able to speak a lot more freely and a lot more confidently than I had before. And these communication skills have not only translated in leadership settings, but also in general. I feel that I am better able to express myself verbally, and even being here, I feel like I am a lot more confident than I would be a year ago. And so as an artifact, I chose a couple of pictures from things that Student Council has done in the past 2 years. So this is me and Hannah last year on Funky Friday. And then this was a mural that was created this year right over there. And then this is our class at our senior prom. So these are a couple just events that we did. The art of engagement. The art of engagement is about self-motivation, regulation, and direction. So how have I gained more self-motivation in things I detest? Because I went to Brockwood in my sophomore year, I had to make up certain classes that I wasn't able to take there, even though I was taking a full schedule of classes. So I've been in online classes on top of my Oak Grove classes for the last 2 years, and that is something that I have absolutely hated. I find the online classes not interactive and not engaging, and that's something that I really need to be able to learn efficiently. And I was not progressing as fastly in these classes as I wished to, especially not just because of all the, I do a lot of extracurriculars and student council and my other classes. I did not want to think about it, out of sight, out of mind, and I was hoping that the end date would not be approaching too soon. So something I did to help me was I wrote out every single assignment and course in my biology online class. This really helped me visualize a whole semester of a class and break it into smaller, more manageable chunks. The only unfortunate thing is that I did this about 3/4 of the way there, and potentially still the reason I'm finishing biology, even though I graduate on Friday. So I definitely want to use these techniques in the beginning of online classes, rather if I have to do it again, or just in classes in general to help me visualize them before and keep me on track rather than as a last-minute effort to get it done. Okay, the art of inquiry. The art of inquiry is curiosity, observation, asking questions, and looking back in reflective ways. So how have I integrated the art of inquiry into my daily life? I was first introduced to inquiry as a freshman. We started it in high school, and I did not enjoy it very much. I felt like I was obligated to speak, and which I was not comfortable with. And it's something that I didn't necessarily understand the purpose of as a freshman. But when I went to Brockwood, I would have it for an hour and a half every single week. And it's something that I learned to appreciate, even though I definitely started not liking it in the beginning. I found that I have become a better listener because of it, but I also I've become to enjoy inquiry as a discussion, as a topic, as something that I want to integrate it into my life. So how have I done that? One of the most obvious ways, not obvious, but one of the most consistent ways I do this is by journaling. I find it to be a really reflective process for me and a good catalyst for growth. And I find it really de-stressing, and I find it really de-stressing, and it allows me to have a kind of place where I can share my thoughts without having it to be in a big room of people, which can be very stressful sometimes. And I've also started trying to integrate inquiry into other people's lives by trying to make it more of a recurring thing this year in high school, because I found that because of inquiry, I have been able to dive deeper into topics. I've been able to ask my questions. I'm a very curious person, and for a long time I wouldn't. So being an inquiry, even if I was just listening and watching, it has helped me learn how to ask my own questions. So these are just a couple of the emails between Jody, Russ, and I, and everyone else involved with inquiries during this year. And then this is one of my journals from sophomore year. The art of aesthetics. To me, the art of aesthetics is expressing ourselves creatively and appreciating the beauty around us. So how was I able to grow and cultivate my love of art and creativity throughout my time at high school? So before my senior year, I had actually never taken a studio art class or elective, but I was still able to grow my love of art and curiosity. In academic classes, during projects, or anything like that, I was always encouraged to be creative and use that, and I did that with as much ambition as I wanted to. I chose this question because I think it was interesting to me that art has been such a big part of my life, and I've never taken it in high school. But even though I've still done it outside of school and inside of school, not necessarily in the studio art class. I find art to be a really good way of expressing yourself, especially if it's harder to express yourself verbally like it is for me. And I find it as a really good way to have exploration, and I found that it's been really important to me. I love to try new mediums and new things. I think it lets me explore and have fun and keep art interesting for me. I tend to like to jump around things instead of staying at one place. So just being able to branch out and being also encouraged to branch out by my teachers, by my art teachers, my general just academic teachers, and also just the community and the students here. And I've also grown as in how I view art. I think for me, art just is kind of anything you want it to be. I don't think of it as such a limited thing anymore. And I've grown in my technique as an artist, but also as a process. I found that I'm more able to articulate my thoughts and ideas now and execute them in art better than I was as a freshman, and learning that process of like having an idea and applying it and making it real is something that I have learned and continue to try to do all throughout high school. So this is a little beta painting I did, And something that I think definitely helped my art interest grow was during sophomore year, I started drawing fish. I just, I had like free time in an art class and I was like, I'm gonna draw an anglerfish from memory, and I did. And it led me to looking up more fish to draw, researching it, and I kind of just fell in love with that marine world from a scientific aspect, but also just an aesthetic aspect of art, and I love including that within my art. And this is a couple other pieces that I've done in an outside class this year. Okay. So my Pathless project. I went backpacking alone for 4 days. I chose this project because when we were looking at our pitches, it was in January. It was right after I had received the confirmation that I would have a gap year, and it was something that I want to do next year, and I thought this would be the perfect time to have a space to help be guided with it and learn what I can do to do it by myself in the future. So I went to Coyote Gulch in Escalante, Utah. This is a map of the river. I really wanted to go to the Southwest because the Southwest trip was something that I had looked forward to for so long. It's been an area of the world I've never really gotten to explore, and I wanted to commemorate the loss of that trip within my Pathless project. So this is the route. Goes along the Coyote Gulch, which is a branch of the Escalante River, and I went for 3 days, 3 nights, 4 days, and in and out. And this is one of the arches that I hiked to. This is Jacob Hamlin's arch, and then this is the first day right before I left. I definitely over and underestimated my abilities during this trip. I overestimated my physical ability backpacking. I think I could have done a lot longer days, and I overestimated my mental ability to be alone for 4 days. I thought that it would be a lot easier, considering that earlier, before school started, I went just camping alone for the same amount of time. But being in a place where there was very limited distractions or things to do was very hard for me. I found myself just having the worst boredom ever. And so I think that has kind of shown me that in my future trips, I will do longer days, but not only do longer days, but also bring more things to help fill that time and make it more enjoyable, because I did still have fun even though being alone was hard. And this is another picture from my trip. And something that was really important to me when I started this project was to prove to myself that I could do this and to show other people that they can too. It's something that I've wanted to do for a while, and it's something that there has been somewhat like some pushback of me doing it or people thinking that I could have, and I'm very big on proving people wrong in my abilities. So yeah, something I wanted to share was to help people who are interested in backpacking alone or traveling alone to get started. So I created this little zine, which is Gwen's pocket guide on how to backpack alone, which you can all take on. So yeah, during this Pathless project, I not only proved to myself that I could do it and that this can be an actual part of my future, I also wanted to show other people that they can do that too. And I'm really excited that this will be in my future and my gap year. Maybe not always backpacking alone, but I'm very excited to have a backpacking trip planned with my parents, just fun out. And I'm happy that this is something that this trip made me want to continue doing in my life, and was very much, even though it was difficult, it was very much a motivation to learn what I wanted to change and do for future trips. Life after Oak Grove. Oh. Okay. So moving on, as I said, I am taking a gap year where I want to explore and travel and backpack in camp and create art and just have a space of freedom before going to college to just have that space of freedom to explore. So as a final summary, or not final summary, as a moving on artifact, I chose my backpack because I chose my backpack because it's a place where I keep everything I need, and it's right on my back, and I've taken this backpack all over with me to Hawaii, to Utah, Yosemite, and I hope to take it wherever I go. I like to think that Oak Grove has given me the tools to go out and do this, and now that I've collected them, I'm ready to use them by my own, take them on my back, and they'll be with me wherever I go. And so, and again, I realized I skipped over a little bit of moving on. So after my gap year, I'll be attending Boston University's Boston-London program. So I'll be starting in January and then taking a summer semester in London, which I'm really excited, and I'm hoping to study marine science and potentially biology with a focus in ecology and conservation. I chose Boston University mainly because of this Boston-London program and because of their renowned BUMP, which is Boston University's marine program. They're the top school for marine biology, and that's something that I want to take advantage of. This is me and Isis camping with our backpacks. Okay, final summary. As a final summary artifact, when it loads, it is a picture of one of my journals, which this is filled up complete and similar to, I've got a couple others on, but this was the first journal that I ever completely filled up, which I did during my sophomore year. And I chose a journal because I often think of it and refer to it as a time capsule. It's a fixed amount of time, and it shows kind of everything that was going on. It shows the highs and the lows, it shows the special memories, but it shows everything as a whole in general. And, and that's why I chose it as my final summary, because it is a fixed amount of time, but it's something that I will be happy to look back on and remember those different experiences. And then, it hasn't loaded, but then these were just some of my favorite pictures from throughout high school. So where me and Hannah got yelled at a museum for sitting on the floor. And then this is from Hawaii when we were in Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. And another one from Hawaii with my class. And another one from Hawaii that hasn't loaded, but it's really cute. And that is it. So okay, hopefully these, okay, they have loaded. Okay, so this is my first day of preschool. And this is my first day of kindergarten. And like I said, this was my first day of 12th grade. And that is it. Thank you. And I would hope as you are leaving, I have a little display of some of the art I've created in high school for everyone to check out. Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, Cindy does.
I knew you.
Yeah. Your Brockwood experience feels like something you often refer to as we do other things. How did that adventure of going off on your own affect your relationship with your classmates and with Oak Grove?
I think it was a really beneficial break from Oak Grove actually for me to go to Brockwood. I felt during that time I had been there for 12, 13 years, and I felt like I really wanted to see something new and to be in a new environment. And I think having that space alone to like grow alone aside from this community that I have grown up in was really important for myself and just growing independently and learning more about myself. And yeah, that's good. Thank you.
So welcome to my gateway. My name is Hannah Schindel, and I have been at Oak Grove since I was little. And basically, I came to Oak Grove when I was starting pre-K. And the reason I came here is because my mom's boss had 3 students here, and they completely loved it. And both my parents went through public school, and they craved more for me and Aiden, and then I stayed here the rest of the time. And there was a point in my journey when I wasn't sure if I was going to come back. I was in 8th grade, and my priorities for high school were a big social scene, football games, AP classes, and I don't know, just something different. And then my mom and I evaluated our options, and I decided to stay at Oak Grove because it's literally the perfect place for me, and I'm so happy that I did. And you'll see why throughout this gateway. So my first art is the art of academia. And what the art of academia means to me is basically how much effort you put into your academics and how much comprehension goes into it. So how has my outlook on my studies evolved? Throughout my time here, I didn't ever get grades, and it was primarily about learning and comprehension and just having fun with it. And then when I got to high school, I didn't know how to take on getting all these grades and having it be worth something in my life. So basically, I kind of lost my love for learning, and I lost my desire to understand the content. So in every class, I would take notes, and I would sit there and try to understand what the teacher was saying by taking the notes, and then I would go home and not actually understand the notes that I had been taking. And I didn't really talk in class in a productive way. I kind of just was a distraction, and I was always so stressed. I always had a million things on my planner, and I couldn't actually ever get any of them done because I was so stressed about the outcome. So I kind of just stopped learning completely. I just took notes and did well on many tests because I could understand well, I could memorize like a queen. But when I was in geometry class, here's my artifact. So basically, I tried my best in geometry, but I just was horrible at understanding what Jennifer was saying. And I took all the notes, and I did every single homework, and I tried my best. But when I got home, I just stared at my notes, and I didn't take notes that made sense to me. So every math test, I got a C, and that was not showing any growth. Throughout the whole entire semester, all I got was C's, and I was just frustrated. And I sent Jennifer this annual, probably weekly email about how did I do so bad on this test? I studied for hours and hours, and I got a tutor. This doesn't make sense to me. And basically she's just, I don't know, we'll go over it tomorrow and we'll see. But that was a moment of growth for me because I realized that I actually didn't understand what I was learning, and I wasn't excited about it. And that was very prevalent in my grade at the end of the year because that was the only B that I got, and it still hurts me today. So basically, yeah, it showed me that I actually needed to pay attention in class in a way that made sense to me. So going forward, I have taken very productive math notes in class and notes that made sense to me in all my classes. So here's another artifact of my stress throughout high school. So basically, this is an Instagram post from my spam account, And me and Nayeli created 2 finals calendars, one for November and one for December. And basically we studied for like an hour each subject for like English, and we had essays for English, so I don't quite know what we were doing there. And we just studied all the time and in November, and then we actually ended up not even having finals because of the fire. So I was kind of not excited about it, but my caption was, "We're not losers, we are smart. When they get B's, they will be wishing they were us." So basically I was just in this mindset that grades mattered completely. And like, even though I studied for all these finals, it didn't actually matter. And I did continue to study for finals, but definitely not this much rigorous studying. So yes. And now my growth from high school is, now I've become a bit of a procrastinator, and my grades still matter to me a lot, but they definitely don't matter as much. I don't check Jupiter 7 times a day, and I don't look at my grades as a reflection of who I am, and that's totally who I used to be. So my next art is the art of engagement, and what the art of engagement means to me is like how I work with my passions and how I work and the way that I learn. And my key question is, what have you discovered about the way that you learn? And basically, if you know me, you know that I've done almost everything, and I don't follow through with many things that I do. And these are just 2 examples of how I do not follow through. So the first picture over this one, it's gonna flip, but basically I did triathlon. This was the beginning of my senior year, and I told my parents that I was going to be a triathlete for my life. I was like, I'm committing to this, Mom. Like, I swear it's not just one of my many flaky things. And I told my mom I needed a $1,000 bike, and I told her that I needed a $600 wetsuit, and basically the list goes on, because as a triathlete you need things for 3 different sports. So I basically told them to invest around $2,000 in this triathlon that I've been a part of for 2 weeks. And then, this is my first and last triathlon. I did 1 triathlon with this club, and I obviously didn't stick with it, but this was my goal. I was like, for college, I'm going to college to be a triathlete. Like, my life changed. All my classes had like C's because I just wasn't doing schoolwork. Like, I just thought, I don't need to do schoolwork, I've got triathlon on my belt. Like, just dropped it all for like this thing that I'd been doing for maybe a month. And then backpacking is another example of this. Over the summer, I got super into backpacking and invested in all this gear, but my parents and Bo helped me to realize that I didn't need to get so crazy about it. Like, I didn't need to buy a $500 backpack, but still I was slowly accumulating gear that added up in my savings. So I got really into it. I went backpacking all summer, and I haven't really been backpacking in 7 months. But I definitely think I'll go back to it, but this is just an example of me not following through. And then here's some more. Basically, I played club soccer for a lot of my life, and I get super into it, and then I just drop it. So I actually haven't been in club soccer since 9th grade, but I also thought that was going to be my life's passion. And every ski season, I convince my parents to buy me an Icon pass, and I go maybe for 2 weekends. Running, I get on gym kicks, and I run for like a month, and then I stop. And then I thought I was going to be a yoga teacher. So, like, the list goes on. I did ceramics. I've done literally anything you can think of, and I've enjoyed them all. And basically the moral of this is that I haven't grown much in this area. Like, I will still go to Berkeley and get involved in some random club like racquetball. Like, I really want to play racquetball. I probably won't follow through with it, but I'm totally okay with that. And now I'm aware that I do not need to invest, or I do not need to get so involved that I drop everything else. Like, now I have this awareness about my habits so that I don't fail completely in my life. And I think Oak Grove's given me like the space and the flexibility to try all these different things. Like right now, like in the beginning of 2 years ago, I was like, I'm vegan 100%, and I was like eating no no dairy, no anything, and then now I've like made it flexible so that I can eat what I want, but I actually didn't follow through with it. So basically now I feel like Oak Grove has supported me in every way, in every sport that I've done, and I'm just beyond grateful for that. And going forward to college, I probably will try everything, and probably will only do it for a month, but I'm aware of my habits, and I'm going to be much more smart with my time and my activities. My next art is the art of caring in relationship. And what this means to me is just the care that you put into your community and into your friendships and your relationships. So, and my key question is, in what ways have you given back to your school community? When I was in 9th and 10th grade, I was a commissioner in student council. And my goal was to get it on my transcript. Like, I had no other goal but to get it on my transcript. And I went to probably about 3 meetings a year, and it was on my transcript. But colleges don't really care if you're not involved in student council. And then when I was in 10th grade, it was like a really hard year at Oak Grove. We had a lot of expulsions and suspensions, and it just felt like nothing was stable in the high school. And right around that time, I was like, I really want to give back in a way, but I didn't really know what that meant because a lot of my classmates had left, and I don't know, I was just confused. And then a week before our intent to run forms were due, I spontaneously was like, I want to be student council president. So I walked over to Cassius, and I was like, Cassius, I want to be student council president. And obviously she was very confused because I had shown no interest in this prior. But then she swung it like she was my VP, and we just mobbed into student council, and we did the whole campaign week. We made pancakes, and we campaigned, and we made all these campaign promises, and I was just excited about it. And I knew that this was a thing that I would flake on. But I definitely had to display that to my high school community because they'd seen how I flaked before, and I didn't show much consistency in anything. So I definitely had to win over the high school. But I successfully did it, and I've been so grateful to have had that experience because I think it seriously changed the way I perceived myself. I didn't have much confidence in my opinion or myself, or I felt like I didn't have an identity. And then when I went to student council, I grew so much because I was kind of forced into like being the leader right away. Like, this is a photo of like our first retreat, and then from then on, I led a student council meeting every single week, and I had to plan the agendas, and I had to keep people accountable, and it kind of just shifted the way I viewed Oak Grove because literally so much goes on behind the scenes, and now I realize that, and I'm so grateful that I did it. And the artifact that I want to show for this art is the gender neutral bathrooms. So in the beginning of my campaign, Cassius and I both really wanted gender neutral bathrooms, and that was like one of my main goals going into student council because that's a issue that I'm really passionate about. And I did surveys, I talked to staff, I talked to all the students, and I actually got a lot of pushback. But I was really thankful that I had most of the student council behind me, and we raised $40,000, and with the Day of Reading funds, and we created gender neutral bathrooms in the high school, and that kind of filtered over to here, and Jacqueline did it over here. So yeah, that was like one of my biggest accomplishments in student council, and I just felt like that was an area of growth. Like, I learned how to plan something, and I learned how to follow through with it, and I learned how to like push and be resilient. And I definitely want to take everything that I've learned in student council and take it to Berkeley with me, because there's no way that I won't be involved in student government and in any way that's possible. So I'm just really excited that I learned these skills and going to take them with me. And basically my next art is the art of inquiry. What the art of inquiry means to me is questioning predisposed ideas and questioning the world as it is. And my key question is, how has high school influenced my worldview? So there's one picture missing, but this all started in COVID, and you heard a little bit about backpacking, but like the real significance that it's had on my life is kind of insane. I was in my house all the time with my brother, and we started kind of hiking, like as you saw that hiking picture. We went hiking every day, and I started like appreciating nature in a way that I really hadn't before, because I'd never really gone hiking in Ohio before, which is kind of crazy. And then I was like kind of done with hiking with my brother, so I kind of phased out of that. And I called my friend and I was like, we should do this, we should go up to Matilaha Falls. So we went up to Matilaha Falls, like not really prepared, but like thankfully we did it. And then we came back and we talked to this couple about backpacking. And they had so much fun and we were like, okay, we're gonna be backpackers. So I walked home to my parents and I was like, all right, Mom, we've planned a backpacking trip. And then they just straight up said no. I had not shown any independence in any sect of my life at home. Like basically my mom has to tell me to brush my teeth. She has to tell me to clean my room. She makes all my food for me. Like I basically am not an independent person, and I definitely wasn't back then. And so they had no trust in me going out into the wild for 2 nights with somebody who also didn't know how to backpack. And so then I was really persistent. I was like, I'm gonna do this. So then I went and kind of wiggled around my parents and went to Bo and was like, all right, Bo, I need you to teach me everything about backpacking. And so we did that in the span of 2 weeks. I learned how to filter water and I learned how to string a bear line. I learned how to do basically everything I needed to know. But then when I actually got out there, I didn't actually know. I got lost like 6 times. I was like holding the map upside down. Like I genuinely didn't know what north and south, like I didn't know how to do directions. But when I came back, like it was seriously a really big area of growth because I was accountable for myself. Like I didn't have my mom to tell me what to do. Like I was leading my friend and I literally shouldn't have been doing that. Like it was not a good idea, but it actually in turn was. Like I think I know I gained so much independence through this process. Like it started here when I was slumped over on the ground to going in Utah and camping by ourselves. And then you see me cooking food in the back of a car. Like I just gained so many life skills from this, and I still have to be reminded to clean my room and to do my dishes and to do all these things, but the thing is I know that I can do it. So when I go to college, I'll be okay. So my next my Pathos project. Okay, so basically, here's one of Hannah's another ambitious ideas. I proposed a project about composting, and the way that I got really excited about this is Jeff Otterbein was in a program called Extinction Rebellion with me, and then he and this amazing woman started this composting program in Ojai, and it's basically where they bike around on a little electric bike and pick up compost from houses, and they compost it in the botanical gardens. And I got really excited about this, and then I realized that like Oak Grove has composted in the past, but they no longer do it. And I don't know why that is, so I decided to change that. But I thought composting was easy. Like I thought that it was just like putting a pile of compost on the ground and like turning it every now and then it's just soil automatically. But when you have 30 pounds of compost every single day, it doesn't exactly go like that. So I researched for the whole entire week. Like I talked to schools in Santa Barbara, I talked to Thatcher, I talked to Besson Hill, and I realized it's a lot bigger project than I thought it was. And I talked to this lady at the Botanical Gardens. She showed me how they do it there, and this is her job. Like this is her job to do that. Like her entire, she makes her living on composting. So I realized it was a huge project for me to take on, and I created this presentation that seemed feasible for Oak Grove, but it was actually a lot bigger project than I thought. So I have a meeting on Friday to either get it approved or disapproved by Oak Grove. So we'll see how that goes, but no matter what happens, this is always in my back pocket for Oak Grove to just take and go somewhere with, and I don't really think that I think now my goal for this composting thing is for it to happen one day. And maybe that's not today because I won't be here next year and I won't be here to take care of all the compost that's going to be composted. So that was my one hump in the whole process. But basically what this project taught me is that I need to think through things a little more, and I need to think about the reality of situations, and but I learned a lot, and it was like hard for me, and I was stressed, and I'm still stressed about it because it's still not over. But I think that it was the perfect project for me because it's something that I was really passionate about. So basically, yeah. Moving on. So there's a little bit of a story of how I decided on Berkeley. I basically was applying to either really big schools or liberal arts schools, and there was no in between. And I came down to two choices, Lewis and Clark and Berkeley, and I kind of was stuck. I was like, I don't know if I want to choose a school that's kind of like Oak Grove, like Lewis and Clark. It's super tiny, and their teacher relationships are super important to everyone in the community, and or Berkeley, a completely other thing that has 12,000 students in my class and has like 700 kid lectures like with their professor. So it'd be like a very different experience. And so I went to Lewis and Clark. I flew up there like on a whim, and I was like, all right, so I'm gonna make my decision now. So I flew up to Lewis and Clark like, probably a week before I actually had to decide where I was going to college. And I stayed there with one of my best friends, and like instantly I felt comfortable. Like I felt comfortable to talk to everyone, and the teachers were super nice, and like it felt like a place I could thrive. I knew I could because it was so familiar to me. Like everything about Lewis and Clark felt very similar to Oak Grove. And for some reason that felt unsettling to me. I think I craved something else. Like I've been here my whole life and I craved something else. But like when I went to Berkeley, I kind of felt that same sense of comfort, but just in a completely different way. So I decided on Berkeley because I think I want something different, and I want to try being a part of a big community, and I think Oak Grove set me up perfectly for that. And like Lewis and Clark was the comfortable choice, but like I want to try something new, and if I don't like it, then I can transfer. But I'm really excited about what will happen here. This photo, like this one, I went to Berkeley a few weeks ago with my family, and then I got some sweatpants from the 50% discount store because my mom wouldn't pay for the other one, but I love them. And then this was the day that I got accepted, and I wore like my pants and like my colors because I was just really excited about it. It's actually always been my dream school, so when I got in, I was super excited. But then, like everything got in my head. I was like, how can I be going to a school that has 12,000 kids? Like, what will I even do? So I most likely will be doing the fall program for freshmen, which is a liberal arts school inside of Berkeley, and it has 50 kids max in a class, and I think that will help my transition, so I'm really excited. So my final summary. This is me with my water bottle, and the reason I chose this as my final summary is because my whole high school career at Oak Grove, everyone has hydro flasks. Or at least the upperclassmen did when I was there. And they would drink their cool coffee and walk around and have their keys attached to the top. And I was like, I want to be them. I want to have my cool hydro flask, but I wasn't quite ready to invest the money. It was only $40, but we have so many water bottles at my house. And so one day I got a gift card from my babysitting family, and then I walked myself down to Westridge, and I was so excited. So I bought this water bottle, and I even brought the special edition water bottle. And since then, I don't know, I felt like I had a lot of growth. I lose everything, but I will not lose this water bottle. And I've taken this water bottle everywhere with me, and I've changed the stickers, and I don't know, I think it symbolizes my growth as a student and my growth at Oak Grove, because I've gained accountability and independence, and now my mom doesn't have to pack me a water bottle, I can bring my own. So basically this is my final summary of Oak Grove, and I think this water bottle represents it exactly, because my whole life here I've grown up, my dad teaches here, and I've always had so much support, but me buying this water bottle was showed my independence, and that I'm moving on, and I will definitely be taking my water bottle with me on my future adventures. So thank you guys.
And you guys stay up there for questions.
Yes, Clark.
When you went on the backpacking trips, did you remember to brush your teeth?
I didn't bring a toothbrush. I also didn't bring a bathing suit. And we were going up into the Sespe and going hiking to the Willet Hot Springs. So I was kind of, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Merity's got
Oh, Merity.
Okay, so it's really interesting, your whole thing that you talked about, you called it the art of being a play technique. I'm wondering, can you see that as a positive? That actually, to be sort of a generalist where you get excited about multiple things, do you think that there's a way you could flip that and see it as a positive thing rather than a sort of negative thing?
Yeah, totally. I think that's something that I missed talking about because I think that it's a wonderful thing. I've tried so many different things and I think that gives me a lot of knowledge about a lot of different kinds of things. So yeah, I think it definitely can be a positive. I think just the way I went about it was in a negative way because I kind of dropped everything else. But I definitely think with my awareness, it will be a positive in college because I will try literally anything that comes my way. So yeah. Okay, thank you.
So hi, thank you. In case any of you guys didn't know, my name is Anna Richardson. And I've been going to Oak Grove School for 15 years, which is really cool. Here is me, my first day of freshman year, with Alex, and I'm wearing my favorite shirt at the time, which is #Catitude. I really liked that shirt, and then my mom didn't, and then one day it disappeared in the wash. But here is me when I first started Oak Grove as a baby. And when I first started Oak Grove, I was like a kid and I was really shy. And so Oak Grove was really special to me because it was someplace that was really comfortable. It's really small, everybody's really caring, and so I came and I was like at my first school, my friends were the plastic horses on the playground, and it was really sad. But at Oak Grove, I was getting along with everybody and it was wonderful, and I decided right then and there that I was never gonna leave. This was always gonna be my school. And I think that was one of the things that set me apart, was in 8th grade, everyone was going through this transitional period where they're like, is this really the place for me? Do I want something else? I was always this school, there was no doubt. And I am here now, and I've done 15 years, and I've never questioned it. It wasn't always the greatest, because there were periods of my life here that were kind of rough. I think Hannah touched on this a little bit, but my sophomore year was kind of a rough transitional period for a lot of us. There were a lot of expulsions and suspensions, like she said, and everyone was kind of just going through this period where it was really weird, and it was kind of a hollow year for me. I didn't have a lot of fun, but I'm really glad that I stuck with this school, because the next year everything just bounced right back, and I met all of these cool people. Maybe not so many cool people because there's only 40 of us, but and then even when COVID happened, which was terrible, I'm really glad I got to be at Oak Grove for that. Because I feel like Oak Grove really cared about us, and you could see it through the way they were always working to make sure we got back to campus or make sure we were comfortable, and they were sending us bundt cakes for our little Zoom prom, and it was amazing and it was adorable. And I'm really glad that I was here for all of that. Next year I'm going to go to UCLA, which I will talk about in a bit. So my first art is the art of engagement, which I define as being present in class, which brings me to my focus question. How has Oak Grove challenged me to do that? Because as a person, I always get really distracted very easily. I always need to be stimulated, and for a while my education was not my priority in the classroom. I actually have a list from my report card of things that were mentioned in my report card of stuff I was distracted by. side conversations, my computer, playing cards, doodles, and my best friend by name.
No juggling?
No juggling.
I'll write that in this there.
I was too good at juggling all of my class work and juggling. And so I have 3 artifacts for this. The first one I want to show is a collection of doodles from specifically Spanish class. It's just because he gives a lot of paper, and then there's all this paper in front of me. Even more specifically, this is from my doodles from Spanish class that my mom collected and made into a book that is in her art class. It is, it used to be called Anna Doodles, now it is Student Doodles, and it's supposed to represent how art doesn't have to be perfect. It can be messy, it can be loose, and so I actually have a ton more of these. These are just ones from that book, and I'll zoom in a little bit. I liked that big weird tiger thing, so I wanted to show you guys closer. Another time that this came up for me, that this became a struggle for me was for our production of A Peasant of El Salvador, which was a really unique experience for me. Because it was really just 4 of us putting on this feature-length play, like on and off stage in different costumes. And I got off stage one time and I was like, okay, I'm done with my parts. I'm not on for a long time. I got changed into my next costume. It was this button-up shirt. It was for the next big main character who hadn't come on stage yet. And I got off stage and I was hanging out with my pal Julia and I was not paying attention, and then that wasn't the next character I had to play on stage. And I realized that like 2 minutes before it happened, and I was trying to get off my button shirt and I didn't unbutton it all the way because I was trying to get there fast and it got stuck on my head. And this is what was recorded. I'll play like 30 seconds of it. Okay, I can. Should I wait?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, wait. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Okay, well, I'll just catch up real quick. But basically, so another problem with that was that black shirt was like my undershirt, and it was coming off when they were trying to rip off my button tab. It was just a mess. So that definitely could have been handled a lot better if I had been more present and engaged and just been more on top of myself. It was a mess. And, okay, you might have to look sideways, but this is my final artifact. This is my final artifact. For history class, we did reflections on K quotes. And I chose this Krishnamurti quote because I really related to it. And I'm going to read it to you guys. The difficulty is for the mind to be still, for the mind is always worried. It is always after something, acquiring or denying, searching and finding. The mind is always afraid of coming to an end. And I really felt that because sometimes there's just so many thoughts inside my head and I need to calm myself down. And what this represents, if you can't really see, but I tried to make it so that towards the end of the spiral, the pictures start getting more like sad and depressing, because if you like don't break yourself out of these thought loops, it can really take you to a bad place, and I wanted to represent that with this poster. But it's just like another thing that shows that this was like on my mind. And I think a way that I've gotten better about being engaged in class is, this is still something I struggle with, like definitely, but something I've gotten better at is really like reprioritizing myself. Like I have like a lot more respect for my education and my teachers who are teaching me all this cool stuff, and I'm really like I'm more excited to learn, like it's more interesting for me now, and I really think that there's value in learning, there's value in learning, and that's helped me with this problem. And my second art is the art of communication, which I define as being communicative with peers in social relationships and professional relationships. And my focus question is, how have I gotten better at being open and receptive? And I want to start with this quick little anecdote. We do these things called criticism circles sometimes with my class. They're really fun. I remember one time Ian told me, Anna, sometimes you're a little defensive. And I said, Ian, no, I'm not. And then the way this would always come up for me is with conferences. Because with conferences, you're really supposed to be open and reflective about your learning, and you're supposed to talk to your teachers, and they'll give you feedback on how you can better yourself. They'll be like, I recognize this problem, and I've seen it too. Here's what we can work on with that. And I've never been good on them, and for my report card, my conference was so terrible that I will read it out loud to you. Anna has had an uneven semester in advisory. While she completed all of the required assignments, her behavior at her conference demonstrates her unwillingness to fully engage in the process of self-reflection and dialogue that is part of an Oak Grove education. While Anna is willing to hear feedback from her peers, she becomes extremely uncomfortable with getting advice from adults. I encourage her to practice the skills so that she can work more effectively with the adults in her life. Because what happened was I went to my conference and I shut everybody out, and I wasn't willing to talk, and then I wasn't willing to hear feedback, and it was terrible because I just wasn't being receptive, and I realized that that's just not a good skill to have in you're an adult in your life. And I'm really trying to come to terms with the fact that when people are giving me feedback, they're not trying to tear me down. They're trying to help me build myself up better. And with my next conference that year, I did a lot better. I won't read it out loud to you, but it was Anna was more receptive to feedback, and she was an enthusiastic participant. This is something I'm still working on, but I'm getting better. And my third art is the art of caring in relationships, which I define as being connected to your community. So my focus question is, how has community service helped me grow? This picture was me, Nayeli, and Sienna picking up tennis balls behind the high tennis court, which, pro tip, if you ever need tennis balls, don't buy them. We literally got bags of hundreds. So just go walk back there, bushwhack, and you will get them. Don't pay any more money. But I don't like this picture, and this is why. So my exposure to community service in junior high did not give me a very favorable outlook on it. I was not a farmer. All we did was go to BD's farm and work in the sun, and I was dying, and it was terrible. And then when I was home, I didn't go out and volunteer either because I wanted to be comfortable in my home. So when I came to high school and it was 25 hours, I was like, God. But it was different. It was 25 hours, but they never pushed anything on you. They only offered you things you could do. And I got to pick so many things that I liked. I got to get all of my hours done one year just by painting walls. And then they invited me back and I got to paint even more, and it was amazing. And I got to sell raffle tickets, I got to help clean up beaches, and it was just all of these fun opportunities I didn't know existed. These two photos are from Boo at the Zoo, which I so highly recommend if anybody wants hours. It's the funnest thing. I did not know community service could be that fun. You're dressing up and giving kids candy, and then that's it. And it also, community service really helped me get closer to my class, which was just something that was so amazing because that was so important to me, and it was just getting out of the house, getting all these new experiences and getting closer to people. It was something I didn't know was this missing from my life. And so now I really want to just be out and doing more things. Like I went with my dad and I applied to a bunch of summer jobs, which was so scary to me. But I did it because I think that it's important, even if things are intimidating, to just go out and do them because it's such a good experience. And I got to put all of this stuff on my resume. And my interview for the Ojai Cafe Emporium, the woman who was reading my resume was like, "You did boo at the zoo? I did boo at the zoo too." And I think it got me a job. And then this leads me to my fourth art, the art of aesthetics, which I define as making art and being creative. And my focus question is, how has Oak Grove and high school given me experience with art and work? Because that is something that is really important to me, because it's really hard to get art and work together, because there's always these things going on like, oh, where do I sell? Do people want to buy my stuff? Is it good enough? And Oak Grove just gave me so many like opportunities to help around and contribute and like sell. This is the 4th of July float parade, and I helped paint the trees and do this little lizard, if you can see my mouse. I don't know if you can, but he's the black and white one. And it was really cool. It was really cool to see it go down the road that year and be like, wow, I helped do that. And then I just got to help and do so many more things with like the holiday market, with helping make the staff birthday cards, with the peasant poster, with the what do you call it, the social justice club pins. I got to be a part of so many things. And then with Cassius, we actually went and tried to make an Oak Grove art market, which we're still working on. You should still keep in touch with, because it will be here and it will be cool. And speaking of which, since I am graduating, I am now a limited time seller, so I brought all of my art at home and I'm selling it here and now. So if you guys want to talk to me before I'm gone forever, I'll be here. Students, talk to me. I know you guys don't really have much money, so we can work something out. And this is all of the art that I got to do for Ashton for story tables, because in freshman year, he came up to me and said, hey, it's not like a specific one. He came up to me and was like, hey, will you do art for me and get free sessions? And I was like, yes. And it was just such a cool experience, and I'm really glad I got to do it. And this isn't even half of it. It was just so cool, and I'm really glad I got to do it. And moving on, my Pathos project. So I made a kids book, and I have it here, printed out. When I applied to a college one year, they asked me if you could help the environment one day, what would you do? And I wrote about how I would make a little kids book, and I didn't get into the school. But then the Pathos project rolled around, and they were asking me basically the same thing. Like, you have this opportunity to make a project, and you get to make it benefiting the community. And I was like, I already have a plan for this. I'm going to use it. So I decided to make a children's book, and I worked with Merity, and we came up with this. And originally, I thought that I would make the plot like really dark, like a kid's book, but then like the polar bear parents would go off swimming and then they would drown. Like, then the ice would be too thin and they would drown and be so sad, and everyone reading it would be like, oh my gosh, I care so much about the bears. But then I realized, I looked it up, I looked up how to make people invested in a project, and that is actually the worst thing you could do. Because it may seem intuitive to you, but it's not. And if I could give an example, if you're eating a hamburger, but you wouldn't hear because it's Oak Grove, if you're eating a hamburger and someone comes up to you and says, hey, I'm vegan, hundreds of thousands of animals are killed every year and you're eating a burger, you're not going to have some like magical, wow, you're right, and throw away the burger. You're going to be like, get out of my face. So you can't really guilt trip people to do stuff. It's just not a good idea. So I changed my story to be more upbeat. And there were a lot of things I had to balance, like my perfectionism with a simple scope, and like all of this stuff. And I have a little process video for one of the pages. It's about 20 seconds. Not that video. Why is it this video? Okay. Here we go. Thank you. Let me full screen this again. And I have this is my little proto book. And here's how it turned out. I did a read aloud at home, which I will share with you. Little Bear and the Cake Disaster. Wake up! Today is a very special day. What is it? I'm so glad you asked. Today is your birthday. I got you your favorite, ice cream cake. I'm gonna go get something. Protect the cake until I get back. The cake? How do I protect a cake? Don't come near my cake. What? Are you trying to take my cake? No, I was going swimming. I am good at protecting cakes if you need help. I wonder if big, strong animals like to steal cakes. They probably want a bigger cake. We can protect a cake with swords. On guard. My brother's taking a long time. He probably wishes he had a sword right now, too. Why are you watching over a cake anyway? It's my birthday today. Oh no, the cake! It's melting! We have to cool it down. I'm trying as hard as I can. Oh no, it's all soup. What do I do? My brother's gonna be so mad at me. Maybe we can find a new one before he gets back. I'm back! Brother! He's back! Phew! I almost didn't make it back this year. The path was all melted. But here's your birthday present finally. And where is that cake? I can't wait to celebrate. Uh-oh, what's wrong? Cake melted. We lost it. That's okay. I felt that it was warmer this year and figured that might happen. The cake was a little small anyway. Now that we have a friend, how about we all make a new one together? Really? And I can tell you both all about my ventures on the way back here. It all started when I swam for 3 hours straight in the ocean. You're stepping in the cake. And that's the end. Thank you all for reading or listening. And here I have a facts page. Did you know that polar bears can actually swim for miles at a time, days at a time? Their population is decreasing with only around 25,000 polar bears left today, which is something we need to think about so we can help them keep those numbers stable. Here I kind of explain climate change a little bit with greenhouse gases, and here we have some easy ways to help. Turn the lights off when you leave a room, carpool or use your bikes, find new uses for old things, and some things that also help are talk to your representatives, call them up, be like, hey, climate change. You can adopt an animal online, you can sign petitions, and ideally, for each of these, you can cut out one of these little paws, which help make the stickers. But anyway, that's my book. That's that. And that was that. Let me get out of here. And moving on. So next year I'm going to UCLA, and which is a terrifying decision because I've gone to Oak Grove my whole life. I've loved Oak Grove my whole life. I applied to like 8 schools that reminded me of Oak Grove, and then I chose the one that I applied to on a whim, didn't expect to get in, that is the exact opposite of Oak Grove. Because I love Oak Grove, but there's some things I feel like I don't have any experience with because I've gone here my whole life. So now that I'm like choosing a new school, I think this is a good opportunity to like leave my comfort zone and try something new. UCLA is huge. But that's just something I've never got to be a part of. And there's like all these classes and there's all these things like, it's gonna be really different, but I'm really excited. And my final summary. So this is a picture from my freshman prom. And I chose this because I still think it's really funny. A lot of people, I was like a freshman back then and I wasn't super popular, so I don't know how many people thought it was funny with me. But I think it represents me and it represents Oak Grove in the way that we're really allowed to do things our own way, even if it's not as pretty or not as conventional. It's really a place where you get to make things your own. And even if that means showing up dressed as a shark to prom, you can take things by the reins and you can make them your own. And that is what I have taken away from Oak Grove, and that is it. Isis.
What are you going to study?
So far I am going to study English, but my plan is just to take a bunch of classes that I'm interested in and that I like, and kind of see where that takes me. Mom.
Are people allowed to flip through your book as they look at your art?
Yes. Let me put that on the table. It's not for sale. Because I'm gonna donate it to the Oak Grove Library and leave it there. Meredith.
Well, first of all, I wanted to commend you on something because I got to work with you on a project, and I remember in our very first meeting, I said, is there anything I need to, because we didn't know each other, well, we've known each other forever, but like not really well. And I said, is there anything that you think I should know about? And actually, since I was going to be your mentor, it was really great that the first thing you said was, yeah, I'm not good at receiving feedback. But I have to say that actually, because you were so upfront and honest about that from the very beginning, it actually really set us on a good place from the start. So I guess my question is, can you imagine in your future, like outside of this, safer world of Oak Grove, being able to still present that authentic self to others?
Well, my answer is that I don't know. I've never been a part of a world that's not Oak Grove, so part of this journey is that I don't know the answer to that question. It could be or it couldn't be, but I want to find out.
Well, I hope you do.
Thank you. Anything else? Deborah?
I just want to say thank you on behalf of the library. I'm going to ask you how to get a copy.
Ashton.
Is that the only copy you printed?
It is, but I have the digital copy on Shutterfly, so I could print more. They're just expensive. Thank you all.
Pictures aren't loading. Okay, hi, I'm Clark Del Signore. I'm gonna be honest, I was a little bit nervous before this, but it's really nice that everyone here right now, I know all your faces, I know almost all your names, it's really great. So I've been coming to Oak Grove for, I think it's coming up on 17 years now. Out of my class, I'm pretty sure I'm the one who's been here the longest. And you could really say that Oak Grove has shaped my entire life. Okay, sweet, they're loading. This is a picture of me on my first day of kindergarten. I was a little bit scared that day. I remember my mom was there with me. And here's just a little bit before that. I know what happened, but Yeah, sorry, this was a kindergarten, I think I already said that. And I started coming to school like at the toddler program, which I'm not sure if is even really still a thing anymore. But I've been coming to Oak Grove since I was like 2 years old. I am as lifer as it gets. Oh, I did not mean to do that. This fall, I'll be headed to the Berklee College of Music in Boston. I'll touch on that a lot more later in my presentation. And I can't really explain why I went to Oak Grove because I didn't have much of a choice in that matter. Yeah, my parents really chose for me, but I'm very glad they did. Oh, my first art is the art of caring in relationships. And to me, the art of caring in relationships is sort of your place in a relationship, how you feel, how you interact with each other, and what you need to give. And the art of caring in relationships has always been something I've struggled with a little bit. I am at heart a performer. I like making people smile, I like making people laugh, and that takes a lot of energy. So the other part of that is I like being alone for a lot of time. And being at such a social school, that's something I've struggled with. So my inquiry question that I focused on is, how have I strengthened my understanding of how I maintain relationships with myself and others, which is pretty complex. That's as condensed as I could get it. But a lot of, I don't want me to do that yet. There was a really big moment of growth for me recently that happened during the Hawaii trip. And because I'm someone who likes to spend a lot of time alone, being with people for 2 weeks and not having any time alone was a bit of a struggle. But a big theme in my Oak Grove experience is that difficult times provide for really exponential growth. And around the time, for a little bit of context, it's gonna sound weird at first, I was really getting into rats. I really wanted to keep rats as pets, and I loved them because they're social creatures and they like die without their friends. And that was something I kind of aspired to be. But in truth, I've never been a rat. I've been a rat some of the time, but there was that other part of me that I couldn't explain, and I wasn't quite comfortable yet accepting it as a part of who I am. And so there was a time during the Hawaii trip, I think it was the first Wednesday of the trip, and I don't know why, but something was off that day, and I was just feeling terrible. And we went to a beach, and we walked all around the place, and we were at this point, and the whole class was at the end of the point, and they were taking pictures, and I just wasn't feeling it. And so I went and sat alone on some rocks and looked at the beach. And time passed so quickly. There was nothing in my head, I was just staring. And when I looked up, I realized I was staring at these crabs that were just chilling on the rocks. The waves were hitting them, and they were just scurrying around, and they were so cute, and I never really realized how cute crabs were before. And then I realized, I'm sitting on the rocks. That's me there. There's no difference. And I kind of realized, I'm like one of the crabs. There's a little bit of rat in me, but there's a little bit of crab in me too. And since then, I've really started appreciating crabs. I've done minor research into keeping them. They're great animals. And seeing that something that is, seeing that something is isolated, it's a little bit alone, and it's spending time by itself, yet it's still really beautiful, it's still wonderful to look at, helped me come to terms with that in myself. In my artifact for this was it's a little verse from a song I wrote on Hawaii, just acknowledging that I can aspire to be a rat, but it isn't something I have to be. And I'll read my cursive for you. I'll dress them up in little cowboy hats, and we'll run around. I'd like to be a rat. And here are just some miscellaneous rat doodles I drew during the trip. But I'm glad that I'm in a place in my life where I can be comfortable being a crab a lot of the time and being a rat some of the time. It's not mutually exclusive. My next art is the art of engagement. And to me, the art of engagement is all about taking opportunities, and that's something I've struggled with. It's really easy for me to turn something down because it's just a little bit difficult. But I thought it was really cool watching Hannah and Anna's Gateway presentations because we both touched on this, but 10th grade was a really hard year for me. In addition to all the stuff that was going around, Gwen had just left for Brockwood, and I was a totally only child for a year. And that sort of fear I had of, okay, I can't do this because what if I fail? I can't do this because what if it's too hard? I kind of didn't care at that point. And again, this was a time when really difficult times provided for powerful growth. And that led to me doing something that I don't think I would have ever done, which was, I forgot to mention, my question for this was how have I learned to expand my comfort zone? And something that I never would have done is I applied for a composition intensive at the Berklee College of Music in Boston, or the Boston Conservatory at the Berklee College of Music in Boston. And that's terrifying to me. I was living in a dorm with 3 other people, and it was 2 weeks long, and I had never been that far away from home alone, or even for that length of time before. But I just didn't care at that point. I felt like I really didn't have much to lose. And it was really scary at first. When I got there, I saw a huge line of people, and I was like, oh man, those are people I have to talk to. And I was kind of worried I did get a little bit into over my head. But within 10 minutes, people were coming up to talk to me, and I was talking to them, and I kind of realized, I'm not so bad at this. I can kind of do this. And then after that day, I was completely just thrust into the program. It was, I think I was going to bed at like 4 in the morning and waking up at 8 for my classes, just writing music all the time because it was a high school composition intensive. It was supposed to be really intense, and it was sort of preparing a portfolio for you if you were going to composition, which I don't think I am, but it was really difficult. I remember in our dorm building, we had to call someone in to restock the Starbucks double shots in the vending machine. And this was like the 4th day, because everyone was drinking 3, 1 in the morning, 2 at night to stay up. And that was a wild time. The 2 weeks passed super quickly. And on the last night, I made some really good friends. And on the last night, we did karaoke together and walked like 3 miles around Boston. And I don't have that picture, but we were hot and sweaty, and I just saw myself, and I was like, this is a new person. You wouldn't have done this 2 weeks ago, and now you can. And I was really proud of myself. And I learned that just because you're leaving your comfort zone a little bit, it doesn't have to be a scary thing. I didn't ever break down the walls. I just pushed them out a little bit. And, sorry. I realized that I can do a lot more than I think I can. And if I push slowly and carefully and responsibly, I can grow a lot as a person. This is my artifact. It's one of the compositions I wrote during... Okay, sorry. I'll let this load while I talk about it a little bit. It's a composition I wrote. It was my 2nd song. We had to write for a woodwind trio. And it was... Oh no. Sorry, Prezi is a pain to deal with sometimes. But this song sort of represents my emotional growth. What is going on? I'm so sorry. It represents my emotional growth. I was listening to the Sweater song by Weezer a lot at the time, and so in my head I had this sort of metaphor about a sweater that was holding me tight around me, sort of slowly being unraveled. And this song represents the sort of confusion and the scariness of it, but also the beauty that comes with that as well. And so I want to play that for you guys. Oh my, I keep pressing spacebar to pause the video and it brings me back. I'm just not gonna touch it. Oh my gosh, I thought that was someone saying, oh, 1 second. And this is where the comfortable sweater starts to unravel. That last part didn't have much to do with the emotional journey. I thought it was just a really cute ending to the song. And yeah, that experience touched me so much. The teachers were so amazing, the people are so amazing that that's kind of when I knew I wanted to go to the Berklee College of Music. My next art is the art of communication. And to me, the art of communication is how you best express yourself, specifically in my case, through writing. And so I asked myself, how have I learned to find my own voice in my writing? I've been doing poetry for a long time now. Poetry club has been like one of my favorite parts of high school. And this last senior year, I decided to not take calculus and instead take a poetry class online. Because I actually used to want to be like a statistician, but that really changed for me during high school. And I realized that I could spend my time doing something I had become really passionate about. And this poetry class, it was, the teacher was just wonderful. She was a poet, so everything was beautifully written. And one thing that she said really stuck out to me, which was, don't let your poetry be ordinary. And I kind of realized that up until that point, my poetry had been a little bit ordinary. I wrote poetry like a lot. And that kind of led it to a homogenization of it, in which I started with the end result. I knew what I wanted it to be, and then I tried to make it that, instead of letting it grow naturally as a poem and letting my voice come through it freely. And I'll read, this is two examples. This is one poem that I wrote before I took the class and some that I wrote after. This is a poem that I don't like very much. I think I knew what I wanted it to feel like. I wanted it to be edgy and cool and have an aesthetic. I remember this was a wordless poem where I think Aaron Gardner took some words out of a poem and we tried to refit them in. And the ceilings look different than usual. A brownish yellow paint creating a brownish yellow stain on the oil canvas that I see my world through. The threads in the canvas unraveling into a tangled cobweb that I throw up into. And I really cringe reading that. I just sort of realized that's not me at all. I was trying to be something I wasn't. And I just started, after I took this class, I actually started writing poetry a lot less. I stopped writing poetry on my phone, and I got a poetry journal. And it's a lot harder to write poetry now. If I have an idea, it has to be really special for me to go all the way to my room, pick up a pencil, and find my notebook, and write it down. And what I really found is that when I was writing poetry honestly like this sort of dark, edgy stuff didn't really, it wasn't there. It almost read to me like a childlike innocence, which I think a lot of us feel leaving high school, sort of wanting to cling on to that past feeling, even though we're trying to grow up. And so these are some of my more recent poems that are they're just really fun and innocent and silly. This one's called Green. Across the greatest continent, small seeds soar through the wind. Life begins in a single pod, then it moves and grooves till it reaches up to God. The sunlight tickles its sensitive tongues. It sips up water for its daughters and sons. Life recycles and it begins anew. Green at every moment, life does not wait for you. I remember I was at Oak Grove and I saw a plant and I thought it was awesome and I wrote a poem about it. And then this next one, it's super short and it was about, I think, right, there was a huge rainstorm coming near Ojai, and these massive clouds moved in. And I was sitting in our backyard and was like, those look like huge sharks moving through the sky. And so I just wrote down this little poem, because I felt smaller seeing these huge sharks in the sky. The towering sharks wind in the distance. Their fins follow the hollow winds. We feel inclined to reconsider our existence. And so this is how I've learned to express my voice in my writing. Not by starting with the product and then building a poem to become that product, but starting with something that I find inspiring and then seeing how it grows from there. Oh no. My last art is the art of aesthetics. And for me, the art of aesthetics is your ability to appreciate beauty in every form. And what I talked about is how have I grown my appreciation for nature. It seems kind of counterintuitive, but because I've grown up at Oak Grove my whole life, I don't think it's true for everyone, but it was a little bit true for me that I think I started to take nature for granted. You know, you grow up on a beautiful campus, and our home has beautiful plants everywhere. You kind of don't really realize that there's anything else. And, oh, sorry, I keep accidentally clicking buttons. My appreciation for nature really started to grow and take fold just this senior year. It's been a really stressful time because, you know, senior year and COVID was going on, and I had to find new de-stressing mechanisms. And one that I found was just driving around Ojai. When you're driving, you can't do anything. It's the best excuse. You cannot work on your gateway presentations while you're driving. You just can't. And when I did that, I started to notice all the little things in Ojai that I just hadn't before. The beautiful orange trees on like McNeil down near Bacalli's, or just the little rocks in Ojai. I think life is small. You don't see it at first because it's chaparral, but if you look really close, there's so much there. And just driving around helped me find it again. And this led to just a desire to explore it even more. And so my artifact are tons of pictures. Driving was like the catalyst, and it led to me want to explore it in other ways as well. All around Ojai, this is my favorite place to drive still, is just along the 33. You get the most beautiful views. I mean, this looks like something out of a Dungeons and Dragons, book. It's amazing. This is Gwen with me in the same picture. This is at the preserve. I live really close to the preserve, so I love going there whenever I can. Oh man, this is like my favorite picture of me ever. This is when I went camping with Ian and Julia and Gwen. And it was very early in the morning. And I did not look the best. But I don't think that's something I would have done if I hadn't realized that there is beauty to be found in all these places. So I'll just scroll through the rest of these. This is the preserve as well. And those are the Peters, I guess. And that's the preserve as well. And this transitions perfectly into my Pathless project. Because for my Pathless project, one of my main goals, my main goal, was to connect to nature through music. This sort of seed was planted, and I wanted to explore it further and incorporate my other passion, music, into it. And at first, I was like, okay, I'm gonna make flutes. I'm gonna make like 7 of them, and I'm gonna learn how to play them, and I'm gonna write awesome songs with flutes. People spend years of their lives learning how to make flutes. I had like 3 months. And I did try really hard. On the left, this is what one of my finished flutes look like at the end, except there aren't holes drilled in this. It like doesn't work. I can get like a single note out of it if I'm lucky. And this was it's pretty soul crushing when that happens. But one of my goals from the beginning of the project, because I kind of had a suspicion this would happen, was learning how to deal with setbacks and overcome them and build around them. And I also had this other opportunity to connect with nature through music, which was Gwen, for her Pathless project, was going backpacking, and she wanted a driving buddy. And so I came along with her, and I got the chance to spend 10 days driving wherever I wanted around national forests in Utah and California, and seeing everything I could see. And so originally I was gonna write songs with flutes, but I realized that wasn't really an option. And so I was like, okay, I'm here, I have this amazing opportunity, I should just write songs about what inspires me about nature. And instantly, the ideas started flowing. It was my first day alone after I dropped Gwen off to go backpacking. And I was like, oh man, this is gonna be difficult. And I picked up my guitar, and within like 30 minutes, I had my first draft that I was working on, because these places we went to were just so beautiful. The place that I loved the most was the Dixie National Forest. I wrote a little song about it. Oh, this is the wrong one. Sorry, it's Dixie National Forest. And at the end, I had written a full song with lyrics that I hadn't recorded yet because it was way too difficult. I thought I could do that in the back of a van. You cannot record music in the back of a van. What was I thinking? Except for the other song, I did record it in the back of the van. But that was, I wrote 2 songs. One was with lyrics and one was an instrumental piece. And my artifact is that instrumental piece because I think it really demonstrates how I grew from my setbacks. This song was inspired by this place I went called the Webster Flat. It was filled with like this green grass and these just immense aspen trees. They were skinny and leafless, but there were so many of them that you couldn't see like 30 feet into the forest because it would just be filled with these white lines. And the first time I went there, I was the only one there. It was like 10 on a Wednesday, and I didn't see a single other person. It was totally quiet, except for these huge gusts of wind. And this is at like 9,000 feet elevation, so it's pretty cold and chilly. And it was kind of creepy because there's no one there. I felt alone. At one point, I saw a deer running through the woods, and I thought it was coming for me, but it was just running like the other way. And you just felt so small around these trees, and there was no one there. It felt like a place. It was totally touched by people, of course, but it was as far away from that as it could have been while there still being a road there. And it was, it was a gravel road that our van really struggled with. And this song, I'm doing a lot of songs as artifacts, but it was just supposed to symbolize that sort of unsettling, creepy feeling I got there, but also the immense beauty that I found. And this also represents how I learned to deal with setbacks, because when I think it was almost around when I took this picture, when I first tried to play the flute after I thought it was done, I took a voice recording of the terrible sounds I got out of it. But I realized that was exactly what I wanted for this song. It was creepy, it sounded like wind, and I was actually able to use that mistake and reincorporate it into my music. And so I don't think I'll play the full song for this. I just want to show you guys the screechy flute sounds. Oh, also I was able to, I recorded this outside in the back of the van because you could hear the wind coming through, and I thought it led to the ambient environment. It almost sounds like a tea kettle, but that's the sound my flute made. And this is throughout it. I'll skip around a couple points so we can hear a little different parts. Oh man, it's got a lot. This was sort of the more unsettling part, and then I think it transitions here to the immense beauty I felt. Oh no. Well, I would let it play, but if you guys want to listen to these songs, the last part of my project that is almost like sort of starting right now, an email should be sent out pretty soon to people in the Oak Grove community, is that I put these songs on Bandcamp, and they're totally free to listen to, so please go check them out. But one thing I noticed in Utah and all the places we went is that a lot of people that go to these places don't take care of them well. There was trash everywhere, and that's just horrible. It takes you out of the experience, and there's not a lot of funding for people like cleaning up trash and preserving, nature. And I think we're really lucky in Ojai that we do have places like the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy that help us do that. I love being able to go into the preserve, and I really just rarely see trash there because they're able to maintain it, and I want to help them keep doing that. And so if you go to Bandcamp, you can buy the album for any price, and all of that money will be donated to the OVLC to help maintain our Ojai, our beautiful nature in Ojai. But I think one of the most important things I gained for this project is just a new source of inspiration. I hadn't really written music about nature before. I didn't even really know it was possible for me to do that. And that's a tool that I'll use for the rest of my life. You know, that doubles the things I can write about. Music and rats. Oh, sorry, I keep exiting out of this. And, oh, here are the close-up pictures. This is a picture of part of the Dixie National Forest, but one picture does not encapsulate it all because it's absolutely massive, and you'll go from parts that look like the desert to parts that look like the Sierra Nevada. All right, moving on. This fall, I'll be going to Berklee, College of Music in Boston. I am super excited and super sad to be leaving. And for this, I had to choose an artifact that represents my moving on. And the best thing I could think of is my fretless bass. Let me get this out real quick. This huge, gorgeous, beautiful baby of a bass. This is what I'm going to be studying in Berklee. And this is what I've learned all throughout high school. I've been playing bass since 8th grade, but I really honed in on it. Oh, I should get closer to the mic. I really honed in on it in high school, except now there are no frets. I've got no limitations. I don't need to fret about anything. Thank you, Mary, for that one. She gave me that one. And Oak Grove has taught me that open-endedness is okay and beneficial, and I don't have to know exactly what's going to happen to have a great time. And I couldn't think of anything better to represent that than a musical instrument with no limitations. I'm gonna miss you guys so much. Right. My final summary. For my final summary, I wasn't quite sure what my artifact would be yet, but it was an idea that struck me so much, I actually included it in my senior page as well. This is the text version of my favorites playlist on Spotify, which is a log of every single song I have added and listened to since high school. And this is a journal for me. I can look at almost any one of these songs and remember how I was feeling when I found it or started listening to it. And this is an emotional journal of my growth at Oak Grove. And I couldn't think of anything better to represent my time here than this. Yeah. My last note here says picture of crab, but I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Any questions? Anna?
Oh, actually it's not a question. There is a crab inside of you. There's a rat inside of you. Writing. That's it.
Yeah. Meredith, I saw you raising your hand earlier?
Yeah, I kind of asked the same thing with Ian during his gateway that I'm sure there's like you're so talented, there's so many things you can talk about, but a lot of us also know you through your performances in theater here.
Yeah.
And especially, most recently in Matilda. I'm just wondering, do you see a place where theater might be part of your life after high school?
I've thought about that. Actually, one of the things I asked my admissions counselor when I was going to Berklee was like, is there any casual theater performances? Not like kids who are majoring in it, but like local clubs who like to do that. And so it's definitely something that I'm looking into. But I think the reason I enjoyed the theater program here wasn't because I enjoyed theater, but because I loved the people that were part of the theater program so much. So I'm not sure if it's something I'm going to be going back to, but I also have a lot of friends at Berklee, because pretty much all of my friends that I hung out with during that summer program are going to the Boston Conservatory there. and like 3 of them are majoring in writing musicals, so I'm sure I will definitely get a lot of that. Is that out, Ashton?
Can you play us something on your fretless bass?
I don't think you'll be able to hear, but maybe that's the summary of my time at Oak Grove. Will? Oh.
Just leave it, just leave it.
I'm not going to leave it. That would hurt too much. Yes, sir.
As Oak Grove's longest tenured student, it's a big honor. I think Bo may be the only one who's done it longer than you, right?
I don't know.
He's still here, so.
Yeah.
Thanks, Will. Did you ever consider leaving, and why didn't you?
I totally did consider leaving. This is actually, I don't want to spoil it, but if you come to my graduation, that's actually kind of the crux of my speech. Because in 9th grade, I really did think about leaving Oak Grove. And I looked into a ton of different other schools, and I looked around, and mostly the reason I stayed, as you can tell I stayed, was because throughout the whole time, everyone at Oak Grove helped me with that process, and they were all just really concerned that I got to the place that was best for me. And once I realized that, I knew that everyone here wants me to be happy and wants me to be successful no matter where I am, and that's the best I can get out of a high school. So, yeah, so I stayed. Thank you.